guys. Thanks for joining me for the live sale tonight. I was just reading through some of your comments. Thank you guys so much for your kind comments and being nice to everyone when you come in. I really appreciate that. It's nice to see you all saying hello to each other. That warms my heart. So tonight we're going to have a live sale. It is a whole bunch of different kind of things all rolled into one live sale. Everything I'm selling tonight that I have planned is all new stuff that I unpacked while I was taking a break from doing live sales the last couple of weeks. So I had a lot of things come in. There's always new boxes showing up. It's as if like I zombie, like I buy them in my sleep or whatever, and then the boxes show up. So it's like Christmas opening them. I forgot what they are, and then I open them and remember, oh yeah, I vaguely remember seeing that. So anyway, some of the stuff has been purchased like months and months ago, and then by the time it comes over from Europe, I did forget about it. So I have also found some new wonderful things in those packages, and I'm sharing those with you guys tonight, some of them. So we have all different kinds of things. There's books, not a lot of books. There's like one or two sections of books where it's like I have 14 of one or something. And then we have some paper packs. We have some catalogs. We have some agendas. We have one or two maps things that got missed from Tuesday. We have, I don't know what else, but you guys can see behind me, there's always a ton of stuff here. And I always get new stuff. So we're just going to roll through as much of the planned stuff as I can. And then I do have some stuff that I have been holding that we have done one or two sales ago. And that is here if you guys want to look at that at the end of this live, or maybe we'll do that next week sometime. But anyway, there's plenty of stuff. Whatever it is you're looking for, paper packs, whatever, it's here. Okay, so at this point, little bit of update. Shauna has shipped. Catherine still not shipped because I need to figure out whether you're a full box or not. You'll probably be shipped next week if you have a full box. The only other person, Jennifer, Ed, probably still be shipped next week. And Daniel. And I still need to get the books down. So all of those people know why they are being held and waiting to ship. Everything else has gone, is taken care of. And I don't think I looked at my messages today. There were no messages in there. So if you do have a message or a question, something to me, just go ahead and send it in a text message over there. If you have a question during the live sale tonight, feel free to type it in about something I'm selling or something I'm talking about, whatever, and we'll handle it. But if it's just between you and I, just send a text message. That way, whatever it is stays between you and I and nobody has to discuss whatever. Sometimes people need like payment arrangements and things like that. And, it's just best handled privately. So that's that. Okay, guys. Shauna had massive boxes. I'm just going to tell on her right now. She had massive boxes. So, they're just big in size. They're not necessarily full of millions of things, but they're big in size. So anyway, UPS did take those yesterday. We're good. Everything's good. So it is Thursday. We have one more day until the weekend. I am looking forward to this weekend. I have something fun planned on Sunday. So hopefully I can still get 365 videos in. I'm filmed up for a little bit. So I think on Sunday I'll have some time to film some 365s, and then I'll probably have to start filming them again throughout next week. But it's been fun. I filmed one today and it was so much fun. I was crafting for a good probably 30 minutes after the video, like after I stopped the video. And I had so much fun making it. So it's tomorrow. I loaded it for tomorrow. It is tomorrow's video. You guys can watch it. It airs at 4 a.m. my time. And I'm not going to spoil what it is, but I hope you guys try it. It's something that you all should have laying around the house that you can play with. So you don't have to buy anything. You don't really have to prep anything. It's super fun. I hope you guys like it. So that's the video. I kind of have been in like I don't want to call it a slump. What is happening with my creativity, and it kind of like, and it's probably the same for everybody. There's sometimes where you're like, you have a million ideas and you're feeling super creative and you're loving it. And then there's times where it's like a little bit harder. And I think because I'm just so busy all the time, it is starting to be a little harder to get the time to sit down to craft, to make junk journals. And then when I am there doing it, I start having so much fun that I don't want to stop, yet I have a million other tasks, so I do have to stop. And so when I was crafting today, I was like, I really wish I didn't have a live today and I could just sit here and just make things. It's not possible, but maybe in the near future, I could have like one day a week just to sit down and make whatever I wanted to make. I'll work on that. That's a personal goal for 2026, is to have one day where I can actually sit down, no cameras, no videos, and just make whatever I want to make. If I want to make the ugliest thing in the whole world, then I'll make it. If I want to try out some new technique that I've never done before, I can get to try. As of right now, it's really hard to fit it all into schedule, which brings me to junk journal kits. It is now the end of September. There is no way to get a junk journal kit in your hands in time to make one for an October junk journal kit. We will have a junk journal kit coming out in October now. And I have had to play Sophie's choice and decide between what I wanted to do, 2 different kits. The one I have already basically half built and going in a new direction. I have made the decision to stop building the one and start building a new one. And it sounds very disorganized, and I will explain. It is not disorganized. What it is a time struggle. Everything on this channel for the entire 2025 has been a time struggle. But junk journal kits, we really only have time at this point to make maybe 2 more. Maybe, and I say maybe 2 more before the end of the year. I have 2 Christmas kits. I think we are going to begin making Christmas journals. I hope to get through both of them before 2026 happens. If we don't get through both, we will at least get through one. I at least want to guarantee that you all can get a Christmas junk journal kit. What that means is I've already started making Christmas junk journal kits and put the other kit to the side for 2026. So the next kit that's coming out, it is Christmas themed. You can make it Christmas themed if you want. You can make it a different holiday themed if you want. You can make it winter themed if you want. You could gift it to someone who does celebrate Christmas if you do not. You could make the junk journal and sell the junk journal for Christmas shopping money if you wanted. My goal is to get the kit in your hands and get it built long before December 1st, because if you're going to sell your junk journal, if your goal is to sell it, if it's a Christmas themed junk journal, you want to have that journal finished. And this goes for my kit and for every other journal out there. Just advice from one person who sold a lot to you guys. Just take it for what it's worth. But if you're selling a Christmas junk journal, you need to sell that journal. You need to have it up for sale in mid-November at the latest, so that someone can buy your junk journal, get it shipped to them, and then in their hands in case they want to use that junk journal for December 2025. Some people will buy the Christmas junk journals after Christmas, so after December 2025, maybe they'll buy it January 2026, and then they'll start making that Christmas junk journal slowly over the year. But for the most part, people who buy Christmas junk journals, they want them in their hands before December 1st. So I want to do our Christmas junk journal kit in plenty of time so that you guys can have those finished mid-November at the latest, which means we're going to start mid-October. So I think you guys can see where there really isn't time to do anything else other than Christmas. I do apologize. I know you guys want other kits. We will continue doing junk journal kits in 2026. There will be differences in 2026, meaning they will really, my goal is to really have them come out every month on schedule in your hands by the 1st. We will do the 4 videos and move on to the next. as I have more and more help here, things are hopefully going to stay like that and be cleared up, and we can get a lot more kits done and a lot more journals done. So I know you guys want other themes. I also want other themes. Just so you know, there was a boho one planned. That was the one I started building. There was a boho one planned. There is a pink, it's like the blue Victorian French journal, but it is a pink version of that. That one is still planned. I have a red rose it's going to be released in February, and it is more geared towards you could make it kind of Valentine's, but it has nothing about Valentine's. It's just a red rose one, so that one will come out in February. There is another neutral one because the neutral ones are always something you guys ask me for. I'm forgetting there's a June rose one. There's a sewing themed one. There's so many, and it kills me creatively that I can't make them all when I want to make them too. So I'm right there with you guys with the frustration of I want to make these other ones. They sound like fun. I want to make them. I have the supplies for them. I see the supplies for them. I want to make them. But logically, we do need a Christmas journal kit. And if you look at the calendar, you can see where we need to start this Christmas one in October to have it finished by November so that people can gift it or sell it or whatever they want to do in December. That's the plan. I'm really hoping to get it done. Oh my gosh. There's so many coming. I have sat down and planned them out. The supplies for the most of them are here. There's a few other things I have to track down, but it's going to be hopefully smoother next year. And also, a little bit more content will come out for each junk journal kit. So right now, in 2025, what we did is we sold the kit, we shipped the kit, you got the kit, and we made it in 4 videos. In 2026, there will be additional content that you can watch on your own schedule to kind of show you. So you know how I made a journal with you, but in the 4 videos, but then I still had to work off camera to get them done. There is more content coming out that will be just a video. It's not a live, that you'll be able to watch the rest of the parts of me making that journal. And it's not like you have to do the things and let me back up. The 4 videos that come out now and will come out in the future, those will still stay the same. It will go over exactly how to build the journal, like the cover construction, the signature, the ephemera and finishing touches and things like that, right? Pockets, ephemera, whatever. That's always going to be there. But the additional content will be more. You'll see me decorating every little piece of ephemera that's going in there. If I have to make stuff off camera, aside from the 4 videos that are planned, you'll see that. You'll see finishing touches of like how I zhuzh up and embellish everything after the fact. There'll just be additional content, like for the sewing journal. There's a project that I'm going to do for the sewing journal that's going to take far more time than I can do in a 365 video and far more time than I feel comfortable taking up with you guys live. I want to film that. I want to have it edited down, and then I want to release that as additional content. So just stay tuned. There is a whole different kind of thing happening with kits in 2026, but just know they will always be here. It's something that I get immense enjoyment, not only of building those journals with you. I like building them, first of all. I like making journals. It's the only way I can force making journals into my life because I'm so busy, right? But if I have a journal kit that come out, well, then I have to sit down and make it, which makes me happy. But I have to like work that in and figure out where exactly those hours are coming from. So I like doing it. I want to continue to do it. I will never be here just to sell things because that would make me very unhappy. We've already had this discussion about how the accountant feels about it. I've told him, oh, well, if I can't make journals, I don't want the rest of it. And he's like, well, do you want to be a business or do you want to be a crafter? And I'm like, I want to be a crafter. I don't care about that. I want to make junk journals. I don't. And he's like, well, can't you just make junk journals when you retire? And I'm like, I hope so, but I'm not willing to give up making junk journals. I'm not willing to give that up. And he's like, well, how long could it take to make one? And I'm like, it takes a long time to make one. He's like, what? Show me what they are. And so I showed him, and he's like, and how many hours of labor does it take to make, because he's an accountant, right? So it instantly, as soon as he sees this junk journal, he's thinking in his head, how many hours of labor does it take you to make it, and what do you sell this for? And he's like, well, you're losing money. That's why would you do that? He's like, can you think about how I'll list out all the other ways that you can make money in those hours? And I'm like, pushed the paper back across the desk to him, and I'm like, I really appreciate and value your opinions and your input on it. But I think you're missing that in order for me to be good at everything else I do, I have to make junk journals. I have to have that creativity in my life. I have to have an outlet for all the things that my brain thinks of. I can't just sell a piece of paper that I know I want to make pockets out of without making the pockets out of. I can't, buy and sell ledgers without thinking, oh, I want to put these ledger pages in my journal. Like, it goes hand in hand for me. There isn't one without the other. So, as far as I'm concerned, thank you, accountant. You do great at what you do. However, I will always be a crafter first and a junk journal supply seller second. And if ever one should have to be given up, we will take time away from the seller of supplies and focus more on crafting, which is my goal for 2026. I have personal goals like a lot of you guys do when you make like a New Year's resolution. I would like to make the junk journals that we plan on making together, but I also need some time, like I was talking about, where I just get to sit and craft and make whatever I want to make and not have to think about, like, if I want to try something new, and it's like, well, if you do it new and you've never done it before and you do it for the first time on camera, what if it doesn't go well? Well, I don't want that pressure. I just want to sit down and play. So I also want to follow, I mean, I do follow them on YouTube and whatever, social media, but you know how like you follow other crafters, but there's so many hours in the day, and some I don't get to watch all their content. I don't get to watch their videos, and I genuinely like them as people, and I'm missing out on what's happening in their life, and like I want more time to make things. So in 2026, I hope maybe not a whole day, but maybe just like a scheduled, like every Wednesday from 3 to 7 or 9 or 11 or whatever it is, that I get to sit down and I get to make things. So those are some of the things that are happening. I did have coffee today. I don't know if you can tell, but I can tell. I definitely had coffee today. So, and I appreciate you guys being on board with supporting my decisions in that. It means the world to me. Throughout this journey, and I was talking about this with my son this morning, while we were eating breakfast, and we were thinking, or I was remembering all the way back from the beginning and how things kind of fell like dominoes, like one after another. It led to the next one, it led to the next one, it led to the next one, right? And we were thinking about where I started and where we are now, and also where I want to go. And so this is a journey. This is not the destination. The destination, I can see it is down the road. I can visually in my head, I can see it down the road. Plans are being made to get us to the, at least a few more steps down the road towards the final destination. But it has been a fabulous journey. And when I was sappy on Tuesday and said thank you, I'm still sappy today. And I'm still going to say thank you, because it has been such a fabulous journey. It wasn't a journey that was all roses all the time. It did take quite a bit of personal sacrifice, because, you know, you don't, when I started certain things or certain steps of this process, I really didn't envision that we were going to be where we are. And sometimes it did take personal sacrifice to say, well, I know you want to sit down and craft today, but you have a million orders to do. Or I know you want to sit down and craft, but this person wants you to go and cut that lace over there and like whatever. Like, so there is sacrifice in that, right? Everyone can understand that. But there also was sacrifice in sacrificing my home, because this is all done out of my home, sacrificing time with my family. And I don't mean to say like I'm putting my family last, but I definitely have um, not gone to certain family events or done things with my family so that I could do things I needed to do here. And I'm not trying to complain. Don't take that from it. What I'm saying is it didn't just come easy. Not one part of this was just easy. It still at this very moment isn't easy, but you guys have all been here through the thick, the thin, through the good, through the bad, through the ugly. And I just, again, want to say thank you for hanging in there with me. As I go through this process of trying to figure out, you know, from the accountant's point of view and my own point of view, where we are going to meet in the middle. It has been a process. It still is an ongoing process, but there are so many things that I want for us and that I want us to do together. And so though that's where I'm focused for 2026. I am focused on getting us those steps in the future of things that I want for us, things that I want us to do together, a retreat, other things I'll talk about as they happen. But I'm definitely focused on continuing down this journey. I will continue to make journals and do journal kits as much as I can through 2025, which I know it'll be at least one Christmas. I'm hoping I can sneak 2 Christmas in, but I don't know. They might come out together. I'm not sure about that yet. We'll see. But I'm doing my best to bring all the things that you guys are asking for. I try very hard to listen to your requests, to bring the things that you ask me for, and that if I see something out there, like if some of the times when I shop in France, my friends are going to the flea market and they are, it's like a FaceTime, and they show me what is at the flea market, and I can literally talk to them right then and there live. For me, it's usually in the middle of the night, but we can talk about it. And sometimes I see things there and they'll pass by it because they're showing me something else or whatever. And I'm like, wait, go back. Because I see something for us that isn't a standard thing like you would think of buying or whatever. And I'm like, wait, we have to have that. That would make amazing pockets. That would make, you know, an amazing journal cover or whatever the case may be. So there's still so many things that are inspiring me over there in France, in Europe, that I'm trying to get more of that to be able to be shipped here. The tariff situation did kind of, I'm not going to say it didn't stop it. It didn't slow. I mean, there were little delays here or there, especially right now because Europe is trying to figure out how to, they have to redo their whole postal pricing and shipping regulations to get the new tariffs into place. And so right now there's not a whole lot of shipping happening except for the big account from FedEx that we can use to ship through. So there has been little things, but what I'm saying is there's still so many things over there that inspire me, that I want for us, that I can see us doing many different things within the future. Huge announcements coming for 2026. I just need us to get there first. And so sometimes I do get a little bit like, I want to finish this project. I know you guys are going to love it. I want to tell you about it. I want to show you the things. I want to do the things with you. It's like knowing that as a child, like you had this amazing like your parents said, oh, I'm going to buy you this brand new train set. And you know that your friends are going to love playing with this brand new train set. And you're just like, well, when am I getting it, Mom? Is it my birthday yet? Can I have my train set yet? Like, because I can see that we are going to have so much fun with these new things. And I'm just kind of like anxiously awaiting the moment we can do them all together. Anyway, so much fun stuff happening, new things happening. You know how I brought the German scrap, you know how I brought the Italian paper, new things happening in 2026. We're just biding our time to get there. Canada does have off and on postal strikes. We have worked through most of how to handle that. I'm not sure if they're going to have new regulations, whatever. But when I ship a package international, once it's in your country decides what to do with it. Sometimes they'll return it to me if they're unable to deliver it to you, whatever. If you refuse a package, and I'll just say this because I can see there is a person here that did refuse a package. If you refuse a package, I would definitely ask UPS, Canada Post, whatever shipping courier it is, what refusing a package means. Because if the package gets to you and you refuse to take delivery, the shipping carrier has the right to destroy that package and you are out that package. And I don't know how much more clear to be about that. But if I ship it to you and they bring it to you and you tell them, no, I don't want it, they can destroy it. And if they choose to destroy it versus returning it to me, there isn't anything I can do about it. It's marked as customer refused it. So just know that don't refuse a package. And what happens sometimes with the changing tariff situation and whatever, this is just for international people. It doesn't apply to anyone in the US. Anytime a tariff is charged to you, it is because your country is charging you like import duty fees to import whatever good it is from one country to another. I do my absolute best to be truthful and fill out customs forms to accurately describe what item is being shipped. Sometimes if you classify it as antique, there is no tariffs or less tariffs, but also for some countries, if you classify it antique, then they charge you more tariffs or they require documentation to prove that it isn't a stolen religious artifact or something to that matter that belongs to the people of another country. There's a whole lot of regulations. But my point is, when your international package comes to your country, sometimes your country will call you. That's why I ask for a phone number and tell you, hey, you have a package that's coming from so-and-so person. It has this much duties or tariff fees or however they want to say that to you, money due to you. Please know that that is not shipping fees. They will explain it to you that it is duty fees, it is import fees, it is tariff fees. That's something that they charge you that isn't something I'm able to calculate for you. There is no system that can calculate tariff fees in advance for you at the present time, given the recent change to tariffs. In the past, USPS was able to pre-calculate and pre-charge that in your shipping fee. They're not doing that right now because it just was changed. So right now, what is happening is most of the time, if there are tariff fees due or import duties or whatever they're calling it, they call you. Sometimes they just show up at your house with your package and tell you that you owe this much money. If that happens, you need to pay it, because if you refuse to pay it, that means you refuse your package. And then the USPS or the Canadian Post or whatever other service it is, even for Australia, it happens to the EU. If you refuse it, then the shipping carrier can decide to destroy your package because it is undeliverable refused, or they can decide to return it to me. If they return it to me, you can have a refund minus shipping fees, or I will reship to you. but there are secondary shipping fees. Don't refuse your package. That's the best advice I can give you, because when you refuse your package, it creates a huge mess. And I can't afford to pay double shipping fees for you when they brought it all the way to you and then you refused it. So please know that. And a lot of times they do call you and message you and tell you to pay. I would just make sure that, you know, before you pay any money online, like I see a text and all that kind of stuff, make sure you're talking to the real company and all that. Make sure that you're protecting yourself from scams. But that's just one little note on international shipping for tariff situation, whatever. It's something new that just came up. It's not something that's probably going to be ongoing. Before we talk forever, or I talk forever, because you guys are really chatting, but I am the one talking. Let's just move on from there. I think we are all good. I don't think anyone's package is affected at the moment, but I'm just saying, please do not refuse your package when it comes to you, because if you refuse it, I can't tell them what to do. They do what they want to do. And if they destroy it, then it is destroyed. It could be $3,000 worth of merchandise. And if you refused it, it's gone. It's not coming back to me. They're not bringing it back to you. It's gone. So don't refuse your package. When you are international, A, you have to provide me a phone number. B, you all get tracking information emailed to you. Every single person here, you guys can pay attention to when your package is coming. International packages sometimes do take a really long time. If you think it's hung up somewhere, the best thing to do is to call your mail service, whoever is bringing it. If it's UPS in Canada, call UPS in Canada. If it's Canadian Post, if it's whatever in the EU, whatever it is, Australia, call your mail service or whatever shipping service we've used in your country, give them your tracking number and ask them the status. Because whatever information you guys can see when you track your package, that is exactly the same information I can see as the shipper. They do not show me any more information than they show you. If you think it's hung up, call them. Most of the time it's not hung up. It's just they have so many checks and balances, you know. They have to check those international packages for all kinds of illegal things, right? And sometimes customs is just overwhelmed. There is a lot of packages in there, so it does take even a week or two, maybe even longer, to go through customs. It just depends. So just pay attention to that. Pay attention to your tracking numbers. Yep. Sometimes they reach out to you to pay before they deliver, depending. If you have an existing FedEx or UPS account, for me, they just send me a bill. They'll deliver my package and they'll send me a bill. And I won't know what the tariff fees are until I get the bill in the mail. So that's the way it is for me. I know it's different for everyone. So anyway, that's that kind of shipping stuff. Going back to 2026, I'm excited. I want to do it all with you guys. And I will make sure that I do my part to make it happen. And thank you very much for being on this journey with me. Super fun. It's not over. It's not even to the, high point, I don't think. I think the high point is still down the road. So many more fun, more things to do and more fun to be had as we go through this journey. So thank you. We are going to get on to the sale now. Goodness, I talk forever. I do apologize. On coffee days, I'm just very, very talkative. All right. This is what I'm starting off my live sale with. I have a bunch of these red French books. We have had some of these before. I've never had this many of them before. I think this must have been like somebody's complete collection of them. What they are they are really red, but they're not quite as red as the camera is showing you. They're red books with gold, beautiful gold details. The backs are kind of plain. They have an embossed border all the way around them and some little details in the corners. I don't know if you guys can see that, but anyway, you can see the little detail right there. We're going to start here tonight. I don't have more. I have 2 rounds of red books. The reason why I'm bringing you red books is because Christmas is coming. And it's very much on my mind because I'm trying to build Christmas kits. So I'm going to start with red French books. Then we're going to do a bunch of other things. These ones are basically it says biblio something, basically library rose illustrated rose library. I don't know. But you guys see it there. There's a cherub up here. It's got a lovely book. It's like the printer down here, a monogram here, all kinds of awesome gold stuff here. I think you guys can see the gold pretty well. These ones are in better condition than the ones I've had in the past. The condition does vary book to book, but we are going to do these random when I do them. They are all different children's stories. So these are printed. They all have gold on the edges too. And then they are printed in 1900. Now there might be a year or two variation in here somewhere, but around 1900. It is the deluxe edition and printed in Paris. Every story will be different, and the story is printed, but the title is here, so you can see that they are different from one to another. And you have a bunch of text pages, lovely French text pages, but these are illustrated, right? It does say illustrated on the cover. They are illustrated. And so based off of whatever the story is, you might, have pictures, you will have pictures going with that story. I don't know what all the stories are. I don't know, like there's not really a category. There's just various pictures in them. So I will flip through a couple of them and show you. In the back, you have a little advertisement, at least in this one. I don't know if in all, but that's kind of the way that they go. Their spines are the most worn because they have been on a bookshelf for a very long time, which protected this part of them, but their spines are pretty... Some of them are perfect and some of them are very worn. So you'll see. There is some marks where, they were exposed to something. Not perfect, but they are 125 years old and they're children's books. So this one has a little inscription where it was given to somebody in 1907. It is printed in 1907. So around that same time period. Different pictures in them. The paper is good quality paper. It is not falling apart, pulpy paper, anything like that. It's not rag paper, but it is nice paper. And so you'll be able to use all these book pages as pages in a journal. They're sturdy enough for that. You can also use them as backgrounds. You can also use the images in here to make journal cards or pockets or whatever. But they do have a lot of illustrations of various different things. Cute little books. Let's look at one or two more. This one is a little lighter red. You can see that, they're not perfect. It has something sticking out of it. Look, it has a little lovely piece of lace sticking out right here. I haven't looked in them. Oh, well, there it is. I'm going to put it back in here, but it's a tiny little crochet piece. Why was it in there? I don't know. This one was given in 1888. It is a little more worn looking, so maybe it was printed in 1888. And look at the picture in here. So they're really cute. And you guys did ask for, somebody did anyway, children's books. This is just some. There are some more red ones off to the side. But obviously in the 1880s, you have more Victorian looking pictures. But lots and lots of photos in that one. I am putting that lace thing back in there. Here's the next one. This one was written or inscribed in 1860 something. So this is even an older one, 1864. And you can see this one, its book cover has come off. There is an introduction here, but is there a title page somewhere? I put lotion on, but does it help me turn pages? No. 1864. And it's, oh, look, they're making a snowman. That would be a super cute digital. They're making a snowman. That was cute. So that's these books overall. You can't choose which one, unfortunately. We're just going to do them random. And I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. I have 16 of them. I'm going to show you the spines so that you can see the condition of the spines. And you'll notice that this one up here, the fabric on the spine is loose. Not perfect. I'm going to show you the backs as best as I can. Let's look at this one because it does look like maybe the worst condition one. I mean, the cover and the front and back cover are pretty good. You can see they do have like a basket weave texture on some of them more than the others. There is no flyleaf page here. It's come undone, and it is coming apart there, but that's okay. Printed in 1881, and your plates will look something like that. A little bit of music in this one. Lots of music. So somebody will get a music one. Aw, that's super sweet. Her doll's sitting in the chair. Super sweet. So we're just gonna do random. I know. Oh, look, there's your flyleaf page. It's tucked in right there. So anyway, that's the books. Let's pile them up and let's do them. Red covers, some are lighter, some are darker. Probably depends on the year that they were printed in. I don't think they're much after 1907. They all look pretty similar. All right, so if you're new here, in the description box, there's instructions for how to purchase. You do need to pre-register by sending your information in a text message to me. The phone number to send the information to is in the description box, as well as it's pinned to the top of the live chat box. If you are watching over on Facebook, head over to the YouTube channel. That's really the best viewing experience, because on Facebook, you can't see the live chat where everyone is chatting right now. There are 74 people right now online chatting in just this live stream. So 76. So if you are watching on Facebook, head over to YouTube. You can see the live stream, and that is, if you're trying to buy from Facebook, it slows down your comments. So it means that you'll probably have a better chance of missing out on items if you're on Facebook instead of in YouTube, because YouTube comments come straight to YouTube. It's a little faster than going through Facebook. All right, so are we ready for these? Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for joining. Lots of you jumped on. Okay, 80 now. It's going up and up. Awesome. Let's get these books typed in. These are red French children's storybooks. They have gold gilded covers. And each of these books, they're in a little better condition than the last ones we did. We're going to do them for $65. So I verbally tell you the price, and then I will do my best to wait just a second before I put in the go. Once you see the go, that's when you want to claim what you want. We're going to do one per person throughout these, unless I have extras left over. If I have extras left over, then you can claim more than one. Always put in what you want. Like if you wanted 4 of them, you should put in the word me to tell me you want one, and then times 4, like me x 4. Always put in the max number that you want first, because if I do have extras of something tonight, I will go back to the top after I give everybody one, and then I will give you, if you asked for 4, the other 3 of them, etc. But it goes from the top down after the go every single time. All right, so we're going to the go, and I have first in, and thank you to whoever purchased on Etsy. We have Barb B, and she's going to take one. Actually, I don't need to do it this way. I need to do it this way. Yep, red French children's storybook, and Barb B is first. I was going to label each one, but I don't think that's worthwhile at the moment because they're random. Okay, after Barb, let me move this to this side of the screen. Yes. After Barb, we have Jane P. Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Barb. Shauna H. Then I have Linda A. and John. John B. And you did change your name. I like the name. I like your first name and your last name. Does that make sense? I like your previous YouTube name and your current YouTube name. And then we have Karen George and Zelda. Thank you, guys. Catherine, I'm going to put you on the list, but you know it's random. Evelyn. After Evelyn, we have Rhonda P, Randy R, Paula Dross. Paula, should I find something else to call you? Should I call you Paula Doctor? I've been calling you Paula Dross for a long time, and then I realized after watching some Victorian TV series that Dross was like a bad word, like it meant drab or something. So maybe Dross is not what I should call you. I should call you Paula Doctor. Let me know. I know you said you're fine with it earlier, but okay. So after Paula Doctor, I have Lena. I can't call you Paula D because there is another Paula D. That's the problem. So we're going to call you Paula Doctor as much as I can. Lena, and then we have, let me see how many I've got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I should have enough for another one for Shauna. Shauna C and 2. Awesome. Do you not want it? Because it is random. Paula Dross is fine. Okay, perfect. Thank you, because I don't know how my brain would ever get around that. All right, so out of that, let me just make sure. Barb, Jane, Shauna for 2, Linda, John, Karen Jorg, Zelda. Then we have Catherine, Evelyn, Rhonda, Randy, Paula Dross, and Lena. I should have 2 left, guys. I should have 2. I'm going to move those way up there. Way up there. Okay, it looks like we're going to add Sarah W, which leaves me with 1. Okay, so 1 left of those if somebody comes in later. Thank you. Okay, moving on to next. Thank you very much. Jane's going to take that last one. Perfect. Thank you for clearing out the leftover. I don't like to call it leftover. I like to call it orphan. They all need good homes, right? So, okay, the rest of the red books are here. And I pulled every red book I could find. Unless it was like, less Christmassy or whatever looking. I don't know. I tried to pull ones that looked nice together. In fact, there are some that actually kind of go together. But let me show you what is left so that you have an idea of what is available before you make your selection. So I have 2 very large ones. These ones, I'm going to measure them right now, but they're very large. So you'll have to remember this when I actually sell them. But they measure 7 inches roughly by 11 inches. So 7 by 11 approximately. The first one here, I think this is very like medieval looking. It is a gorgeous book cover. There is actually little bits of gold down inside the debossing here. And then there's embossing frame. It looks lovely. This would make an amazing book cover. Unfortunately, the back does have some ink stain right here. I don't know if you could cover it, clean it, whatever. And it is not flame red like it is showing. It is more of a Christmassy red on the back. On the front, it is nearly burgundy. I don't know if, let's just try. I have this little wet baby wipe because I wiped my hands right before I went live. But I didn't clean these. And I was just wondering if I clean a spot. Somebody's like, no, don't do it. If I clean a spot, does it become more red? it does slightly become more red. So there's probably grime and whatever on it. It wasn't a drastic change, but anyway, it is supposed to be this red. It is just this red now. That's that one. There's the spine. I'll show you inside here in a minute. And then there's this one. This one is the family library. Super cute book cover. Obviously, it's got some damage there. This is the back. These would make amazing big ephemera holders, but I think it would be fun to make big journals because we always make smaller ones, most of us, right? So anyway, there's those two big ones. Next, we have a small and a large of this. These are both super cute, and I'm just showing you covers at the moment because honestly, I don't think very many of us care what's inside. I mean, we do, but the covers. So there's a small and a large one of those. Then I have these three. Beautiful. And then last but not least, I have these. So I have these two, which are just plain red covers. They are not a matching pair. They are actual different books. There's those two. And then this one. And this one has this sweet little girl here. I love this one so much. Thought about keeping it and making it into a journal. But there's those. So let's just start. Well, let's start here with the big ones. We'll go biggest to smallest. Because we know these are 7 by 11s. Okay. So, not the patina. All right. This guy here is your A book. So if you want him, you're going to claim me A or just put the letter A in there. I'm going to have to support that. Here's your title page. I'm not sure what's happening there, but it's printed in Limoges. I don't see a date, but it's probably late 1800s, early 1900s. Not rag paper. Does have gold on the page edges. There's a little ephemera back there. Something cute. Look at that. It's a little advertisement for corsets and clothing. Ooh, look at that. That's a bonus in here. All kinds of corsets, basically. So that was tucked back here in the back. Whatever is in them always stays in them. So there's that. It's 304 pages. Now somebody's going to buy it just for that. There is some illustrations in here. That's kind of crazy looking. Not very many illustrations, but some. 1 or 2. All right, so that's that guy. Lots of big French pages. They're not crumbly, they're not whatever, but they're not rag paper either. I showed that guy. His cover is loose. His flyleaf is loose. This is printed in 1845. It has a reinforcement repair here to this page. Not loving the tape they chose, but whatever, it's there. And then you got an advertisement. Here's where your story starts. Has gold edging. Ooh, a picture on every page. I love these ones. Lots of nice, beautiful pictures. Religious based, obviously. But I love the ones that have image on every page. Think about if you just took every image that you just saw here and you made that into a journal card. Do you know how many beautiful journal cards you would have? Do you know the awesome digital that you would have if you scanned, even if you just scanned your favorites of these? Awesome prayer cards. It doesn't have to be prayer related, but the pictures are kind of obvious. So anyway, there's this one. Love it. Love the paper quality. It does have some rag content, but it is not rag paper. Lovely. And this one was 1845. This one, it didn't have a date that I saw, but I would guess late 1800s, early 19s. Probably like 1890s if I have to guess, just off the top of my head. There we go. A and B. I'm going to price them so that you guys can see it there. I promise I will get with the program. I swear every time it's like I've never done this before in my life. There's A and B. Let's do A for 90 and let's do B for 145. Amazing pictures and a whole big bunch of them. I think it's like 300 pages. The A one was 300. It's 375. There they are. All right. Red French books and go. So there's the prices. You just put in A or B, whatever one you want there. Yeah. I have a hard time because I like showing you every little thing. I like explaining it because it just makes sense, right? Like if I was shopping, I would want to see, because you guys can't touch it. You guys, you don't know unless I tell you for the most part. Some people say I over describe them or over whatever. So Rhonda Baum got A. My point is, I apologize for taking time for the people who are not interested by explaining it too much to people who might be. Rhonda Baum got A. Deborah K got B. Thank you very much, guys. Okay, let's do the next little bunch of them here. Let's do these two. So the A1 is 5.5 by 9. The B1 is 4.25 by 7.25, roughly. And my hair is in my face. It's got this gorgeous little flower. It's embossed, debossed all the way around it. Back is that. There's the spine. Does have the cover looks like it's got scraped or something here. Other than that, for the most part, it's okay. It was given away as an award to a student in 1894 for good grades. Page here is kind of ripped at the top. And again, it is printed in 1844. That's interesting. 1844 and 1894. Okay. And it might be printed in 1894. It might be printed in 1894. Okay, there's that picture. I don't know what's going on. What was the story? It looks like nuisance, but I don't think that's what it is. It has about 180 something pages in it. Does have some illustrations. I'm trying to find them and show them to you, but they always want to flick past my finger. Goodness. It looks medieval. There's a knight or something to that effect. A house scene. A boy and his dog. A horse. That's that one. Then we have this one. This one, pretty similar. It's the same exact cover, just smaller. This one was also given away to a student in 1895 in his 5th class, or 5th year. And it is printed in 1893. I'm not sure. It's a woman of something. And we have about 145 pages. The pages are thicker in this one, like a lightweight cardstock. Some little illustrations in there, just a couple. And that's that one. I want them for the covers. I think they're amazing. Okay, are we ready to birth? Awesome. I know you guys will Google it for me. Okay. So let's do the A1 for 65 and let's do the B1 for 50. There's those two covers and a lot of beautiful French pages. Red French books. There's the go. Aw, I always feel like I'm taking too long though, because some people don't, they're not interested in this. And if I spend an hour describing it, it just bores them. All right. Looks like these ones are going to stay with me. Not quite. Cynthia, maybe it's just a delay. Cynthia C is going to take the A book. Thank you, Cynthia. Cynthia C. And then Cindy H. Hello, Cindy. Cindy H is going to take the B book. Thank you very much, guys. I've got these three next. And so all of them are roughly the same size. So I'm just going to measure one. 4.5 by 7.5. This one is the thinnest, and these two are about the same. So A is the thinnest. A has just, pretty plain cover really, but it does have this gold pattern. You see the pattern, gold pattern on the corners. This one is stained here. It was really like on a shelf or something and covered, except for this was exposed. Maybe it was on a bookshelf upside down and that was sticking out. But anyway, there's your spine. There's your back. You can see there is a watermark. There's nothing there, but there is a watermark and another little spot. So the cover is a little rougher. The flyleaf page. There is an award. It was given away in 1897. I like scanning these too. They're nice little certificates to put as like a journal card base. All right, so we got a torn flyleaf page, and it's printed in 1896. The policeman has two little children, and they're kind of crying and reaching out for this person. Don't know what exactly was happening there, but it doesn't seem like it's a happy story. I don't know. We have 130 pages. Again, they're thicker pages, kind of like a lightweight cardstock. There's that one. And then this is the B one. It has an embossed, can you see it? Kind of. It has an embossed border all the way around it. There's your spine, obviously worn. Cover looks fairly good. You've got some fading here. It's a little loose, given away in 1899. This maybe all came from the same student. I haven't been looking. 1885 print date. And it's the prisons. Scary. Big book with lots of pages. Pages are nice. I would tell you if it was crumbly or something else. It's not rag paper. It doesn't have gold on it. Ooh, there is a little bit of ephemera in this one too. That's beautiful. I don't know what it is, but it's a little purple card. There it is. Oh, you also have ephemera there. A dried pressed flower and some numbers. Cute. Okay, back is still loose a little bit. Overall page count is about, is that a 3? Yeah, 334 or 9 or something close to that. There's the B book. The C book is really nice condition overall. Little gold on the edge. Given away to the same student in 1897. They may have all come from the same student. Printed in 1893. Kind of a military-ish picture here. Overall page count. Ooh, it's completely loose. Well, that helps me. And it helps you take it apart. No guilt. And your spine is in good condition, so you don't even have to worry about cutting through your spine. It's all good. It is about 280 pages. There's your pictures. Again, we're in the medieval times. Renaissance times. I think there are more pictures, but I keep going past them. Looks like a siege of a castle, to be honest with you. Okay, so there's that one. Maybe someone took this one apart because you know how they make the digitals? I didn't even look at it, or else I would have done this. But because it's all off like this and it's flat, you could scan it really nicely because it's flat now to make a digital of this cover. So perhaps someone did that, but I didn't do it. And there it is. So got little crumbs from inside the spine. A, B, and C. Okay. A, and let's do A for 38. Let's do B. Let's do B for 55. It has a lot of pages. And I'm going to do C for 70. I think if he stays, I will scan that cover and I will put it in the Christmas kit. So there's the plan for those. Okay, red French books. And the word go. And that was even with my left hand. I'm trying to be more ambidextrous. It's just necessity. I need both hands to be doing things. So it looks like C is going to Linda RB. C is going to Linda RB. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And A and B are still available. I do not see anybody coming in for A and B. So they will stay. If somebody is rewatching, you can just tell me the red books A and B, or A or B, or whatever one you're choosing, and you can claim them after the life sale ends as well. Just message me, text me, and tell me what you want. Okay, last 3 red books. There is 2 that look like this and 1 that looks like this. Okay, so these 2 plain ones, and let me just measure. The C is just slightly bigger, but 7, almost 7.5 by a little, about 4.5 for your page size. She is 7.5 by 4.5. Okay. Just kind of plain red covers. And again, they're not flame red. They're really a Christmas red, but because I have bright lights on for filming, it kind of changes the color. I don't know if you guys can see the difference, but you do have a nice spine. Got some marble paper. Here's your title page. It's a story about America or the Americans, I'm not sure. 1886. It's cute. Little foxing on the pages. They're in the front at least. Some nice plates or images in this one. I can't find them all, but what I do see is nice. Nice quality paper. You saw me try to catch it. No, it's gone. They flip through so fast. Anyway, you kind of get the overall feel for this one. Very cute. And here's the B book. It's nearly identical, but the spine is different. This one, I don't know what the title means, but it was printed in 1887. It says Chef of Family. I'm not sure. The Christian Family Chef. I don't know. I don't know. It has illustrations. It has slight foxing on the pages. The pages are good quality. I didn't tell you overall page count, but this one is about 300. And I'm pretty sure the other one was similar because it's about the same size. Cute. Oops. We're passing them. That one doesn't look so good. Cute. Cute. Oh my. You never know what you're going to see in here. I mean, they're children's stories, but you know how they used to have like children's stories that were by the Grimm brothers and they were scary and spooky? Yeah, you never know what you're going to find. There are some nice pictures in here though. Okay, and a lot of them. So that's A and B. C is this one here. I can see the cover is loose. Is it where you can take it out? Not quite. It needs a couple strings cut and then you'll be able to take this one out and lay it flat and scan it too. But maybe it's the Grinch. I doubt it, but anyway. No date on these pages. Cute pictures though. Cute little illuminated letter there. You can see where you can just cut those strings and then you'll have it completely loose. There is some gold on the page edges. I can see some pages sticking out. Let's see. It is, there's your back. I mean, it is really close to just being out. It looks like about 200 pages. The pages are thicker. Let's see if I can get it to flick through. They're thicker, like a lighter cardstock pages. Some nice plates, though. Like, nice engraved plates. And I like this. This is very cute. He's like running and carrying the P for pendant. Okay, back to what I was doing. I can't flip through them very easy because they're cardstock. Trying to find another plate. Oh, see, we're passing them. The plates look like all girls, and I think the story is about a girl, so that's cute. Thought there was one more, at least in here, that I keep missing. Maybe there is nothing there, but I don't know. There's that one. And you can see your story is the little girl of this last name, maybe? I'm not sure the history of that. Cute book. Cute spine. Cute everything. All right, A, B, and C. I love the marble end papers too. I have a stack of them from books I've taken apart, and I keep trying to think of like how I would like to use them. I know they'll make amazing ephemera, but they need to go in the right kind of journal. A, B, and C. We're going to do C for 75, and we'll do A and B at 48. There they are. I think that is it for children's stories. Somewhere on that table behind me, there is a couple more, but I think that is it for children's stories for right now. Red French books. There's the go. Yeah, there's 2 orphans left. 2 books, 2 red books left. All right. We have scan and use them in the masterboards for the marble. I have a bunch of them scanned that I was trying to do a digital kit in Etsy, but I forgot about it. So that one is already done. I can put them in Etsy. I just need to remember to do that. First in is Rhonda P, and she would like the C book. Rhonda P. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And then after that, we've got Deborah K, and she said C or A or B. So Deborah K is going to get the A. And then Catherine would like the B. That worked out for those 3 anyway. Sorry, Shauna. Sorry, Zelda. Sorry. All right. So that's the red books for the night. The last 2 that were left are these 2. I will show them briefly. Award. I think they have awards in both of them. This one, it's not rag paper. It is a nicer paper. You can use it for pages in a journal or ephemera backgrounds. A couple pictures in there. about, I don't know how many total pages, about 135, 40 pages. It's loose. You can see that the page is loose. The spine is loose here, but we're going to take it apart anyway. Then there's B, a word in that one as well. Lots of pages. It has 335, 40 pages. It had a little bit of ephemera in it. The purple card, and I want to scan that purple card so badly. And this pressed flower and little, I don't know what the little paper is. I'm not going to touch it right now, but it has some numbers on it. Looks like they were maybe keeping score of something. And then a bunch of French pages. So that's the two that are left. Let me pull something else. If somebody wants them, claim them now. And then I will pull something else for us to look at. Let's look at a couple little ledgers. I have several little ledgers. Shauna D is going to take the A. Perfect, Shauna. Shauna D. These will make good Christmas journal covers if you're trying to do a hardback one. And B is still available. We'll put that one over there now. Thank you, thank you. So the first little ledger I have is this guy. Then down here, somewhere. Let's see what these are. Are these ledgers? No, that's not a ledger. Somewhere I have other ledgers. I have some smaller ones today. This guy is a ledger, but his cover is falling apart. Speaking of marble paper, this guy is a little ledger. This is literally, no, it is not. That's a songbook. Then we have these ledgers. These are different kind of ledgers, super old. What else is there? There's a bunch more little ledgers in here, but we'll start with these. So these are like super grungy, if you like that kind of look, like Tim Holtz Eat Your Heart Out kind of look books. Then this guy here has pages in ephemera. I didn't really show you these. This is kind of what these look like. They are super, super like grungy, mass craziness, writing everywhere. Yes, they are crossed, but I do not care. I really like this look. If I was doing a steampunk, a Tim Holtz, a whatever kind of more French Industrial Revolution type journal, I would use these as background or pages in my journal. And as I've shown you many times, the fact that they're crossed, it really doesn't matter, because when you're going to put it on a tag, you're going to end up with that. There might be a line down it. You're going to put it on a tag. You're going to end up with that. It doesn't matter that they're crossed. And this is an inexpensive way of getting a bunch of 1840s or 60s early ledger pages. So anyway, there's some of those. The other one is, this is marble paper, but it is just literally falling apart. I'm going to leave as much of it as will stay with it. This is a little ledger. I think it is 1800s, but I don't see a date right at the top of my, I don't know. But it is 1873. And it's just a little ledger. So I have some small ones. So sometimes we do ledgers for $2,000. And we have one of those tonight. But we also have ledgers like this that are less expensive. And then there's this guy. And I love this guy. So I brought you guys some grungier ones to start with. I love this one so much. And I think some of them have a bunch of ephemera. This might be the one. It is the one. It has a bunch of ephemera in it. So it has a paper cover over top of whatever the ledger cover looks like. And I'm going to kind of peek it. We're going to do this one first. I don't want to crack this or damage it because I think it's super cool. But the ledger cover is marbled, and it is in nice condition, probably because it's had this cover on it for a really long time. But that's that. Poke that back in there. It's dated the 21st of May 1862. I don't know when that was put in there, but it was put in there. This one has a bunch of ephemera in it. This is a old, super old business card with some calculations on the back and some prices. So there's that. It has additional pages of ledger notes, something. This is really old, and this is really nice. Like, I would love to scan just this. It's very, very nice, very nicely written. There's a couple pages here I mean, it's fabulous. Can you see? It is fabulous. Anyway, that's just a piece of ephemera in there. Then there's another ledger page. Then there's a handwritten note or something here. And a little bit of ledger here. And then we get to the first page of the ledger, which is here. The date is 1862. So, okay, 1863 matches in the front. They've done some little paper hinges there. And you've just got lots of pages of beautiful writing. This is a smaller ledger overall. I did not measure, but it is about 6.25 by 9.5 roughly for your page size. So it's a good size to put into a journal. Good format. There are nice red lines going down the sides. It is crossed for the most part. Not every page, but it is crossed for the most part. But there's lots of ephemera tucked in there, and we'll look at the rest of that too, but quite a bit of things to go through. I was trying to find where I just saw that, but it's gone now. Anyway, there's some ephemera in here. You have a little bit of ledger, a little bit of calculation. I'm going to go through and find the bigger pieces. So here's some little receipts. These are individual receipts that can be cut out. So not everything is crossed. The writing is nice, and there's lots of dates on the pages. There's an additional little calculation page. A rubber band was right here, and when rubber bands get super old, then they start breaking down. So you have a pile of ephemera in this one. Some notes. This is some other kind of letter. A letter that looks like that. This is a couple pages here, 3 or 4 all stuck together there. That notice. Here is an envelope with its letter, and it's pinned with one of those rusty straight pins. A blue piece of ephemera, which you guys know, everyone loves the blue paper. That is really, really blue. More ephemera here. There's some kind of letterhead tucked in there. Thank you for shopping on Etsy. And then there's hardly anything listed in my Etsy, but this one is awesome. It's for wine. That's lovely. And then there's a letter here. And there's some book crumbs, like paper crumbs from something. You have a big morning envelope here. Some notes there. And the letter. It was folded kind of in the spine of the book. So all of this stuff's folded in there. And this one's folded in there. I'm going to kind of just leave them the way that they were. And we'll go to the next section. You got a blotter in here. There's more ephemera here. So this guy is just cute, and he's got lots of interesting papers for you to play with in your journals or scan. That's really nice to scan too. It's an envelope front. There's more pieces and notes and blotters and more ephemera there. And then we get to this section, and you've got more notes and ephemera. That thing. Kind of a folded letter. Oops. More. So it's just tucked in wherever. And this is what I mean, like when it comes to me like this, you get whatever is in there. I don't look up beforehand. I mean, I might see that there's stuff in there, but here's a blue letter. That's super nice. Oh, it's a note. That's cute. Another envelope. I love the calculations on the back. It feels like it might have something in it. More stuff here. You guys get the idea. There's bunches of stuff in that one. A tax stamp on that guy. Some more little receipts for telegrams or deliveries or something. I try to push that in there. Some blank pages here. So apparently the ledger part ends there. And then you just have nice blank paper. And then it starts again. So the year that it starts back here is 1838, I thought it said. 1877, I don't know. And then you've got the index at the back, and that's it. So that's this guy. He has stuff sticking out of him like crazy. And that's the ledger. Again, he's a very nice size for putting in a journal. We're going to do that one first. Antique French. And you will see less whole ledgers coming forward. It will warn you now. Going forward, less whole ledgers because shipping them is a fiasco. And unfortunately, they're becoming harder and harder to find. And I have to keep a certain level of stock on them just because we do pages and journal packs and all that kind of stuff. I haven't been finding very many. Like I had too many ledgers and I recently sold a bunch of them. And then we found that we have not really seen like piles of ledgers like we used to at the French flea markets for quite some time now. And with the tariff situation, a lot of sellers are just deciding not to sell and ship to America. So it is becoming harder. You will see less. I'm going to get this guy typed in. I don't even know what to ask for him at the moment. Antique French whole ledger with ephemera. And what should we ask for him? He doesn't have numbered pages, but he's got a lot of pages. I mean, even in this section, there's a lot of pages. I'm going to kind of try to estimate. If he was numbered, he would probably be numbered to 300. Some of the pages here are numbered, and it looks like we're at 161 there. I think it's probably a 300-page ledger. But let's do it for... I'm going to do it for 600. There's the go. It is 1800s, and it does have a lot of ephemera. And if I took it apart, I can get more than that separating it. And it looks like Daniel, hello Daniel, Daniel is going to get it. I promise we will get your books down to look at them, Daniel. I don't know what alphabets they are up there, but I will figure it out. Okay, Daniel's getting that one. Thank you, Daniel. It's a good one. Let's put that over here. I don't know, over there, over somewhere. Let's look at these other little guys. There's this one. And there's this one. I'm going to do A and B. You guys can choose which one you want. A is this guy here. This is super, super, super thin. It probably was pasted onto this or something at one point, but it is not there anymore. I will include as much stays, but you know, it is falling apart. So for now, I'm just going to set it here. The back one is the same way. It is super, super thin and just hanging on by a thread back here on the back cover. I will put it in plastic, but I'm just saying it is a little crumbly. You can see where it used to wrap around and fold in. I will hold this up so you can see it better. There's what that looks like. It has very beautiful writing. I don't see a date on that page. I don't see a date, but it is beautiful writing. Very, very nice. 1873. So, doesn't have a lot of pages, but what is here is nice. And some blank and some writing, maybe only written on one side of the paper. Kind of looks that way. We're at 1874, still beautiful handwriting. So they've made their ledger paper themselves. These are like little receipts, little entries. But it's just blank paper that they've lined for a ledger. A little bit of calculations in there. And that's that. So not very many pages. But this is hand done ledger paper. They've every one of those lines they've done by themselves. The paper is just plain like this. Kind of interesting. they would just sit there and make that. It's hard for us to like really even think about the fact that it would take so much time to do that when we can just print it out in Excel or something, you know. Anyway, so we're going to do that one is A. I will measure both of them here in just a second. And B is this one. B has some more pages. It's like a little paper cover, kind of flimsy paper cover. Starts in 1922. It has printed headers. I'm going to move this one for just a second. Printed headers. It's nice. Not crossed here, which is good. It does have that little brackety look right here. I know some of you guys had asked me for bracket ones. I think there is one of those tonight too that is a bigger ledger. This is beautiful handwriting. Let's flick through. It ends in 1928. There's nothing in the back. I'll try to... Every page written, little receipt in there. It's very hard to flick them when there's only so many pages. It's nice. I really like it. And some, you know, if you can't afford a big one that's $500, you know, this one might be it for you. All right, so there's A and B. Let's measure. This one is a little smaller. I'll measure the smaller one. 7 3/4 by 11 1/2. Okay. A and B. I really don't want to stick this to that, so I'm going to stick it over there. The B one I'm going to do for... B1 I'm going to do for 70. The A1 I'm going to do for 40. I promise you that's probably the cheapest ledgers. All right, here we go. Ledgers, whole, go. And first people in. And I'm going to put this one in a plastic sleeve right now because I am kind of worried about it breaking down more. And I don't want it to come apart. I mean, this will be fun to work with, but it is fragile. We're going to go to Kim. Kim, can you please, when you claim things, Kimchi, can you please type in your first and last name every time you claim things? And did you register with your phone number? I just need to know first and last name for you. And did you register with your phone number and send me a text message? I know you've bought from me before. You bought the last round, but I can't remember if you had registered or not registered. And I have a big list of names that still need to text register here. Kimberly, and you did. Thank you. And you chose B. Yes, you did. Thank you. Everyone, it was a policy change a while back that everyone, when they claim, they have to claim with their first and last name. So you have to type it in every time. It's just because I can't remember who's who and it makes it so much easier at the end. So thank you for that. And thank you for text registering. Okay. After Kim, I had Jody for B also, and then Beth CZ. Beth CZ for this one. And I want to put it into this plastic sleeve right now. I'm not worried about the paper, but I am worried about that cover. And I just don't want it to get more chunks missing out of it. All right, it's safe for now. Thank you guys very much. All right, moving on. We have these. I have a larger one, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 smaller ones. Some have labels on them, some don't. They're all very, very cool looking. Not really my forte. Like, I will do journals like this very rarely. I like it. I find it enjoyable, but I have to be in the grungy. And the only way I can explain it is grungy Tim Holtz. It doesn't really make sense, but I think you get what I mean by that. I don't typically work in this area. I work more in frilly floral, whatever, Victorian. It's hard for me. I do enjoy it. I enjoy the look. And I look at people's journals that they've made like that. And I am amazed by their work. I need to do more of it so that I can work it into the rotation. We will have a journal kit that is kind of grungy and industrial like this. I have to really work hard to gather supplies for it because it's not something that I do every day, right? It's a little bit like a different kind of theme for me. But you guys have seen people who work in this grunge and it's beautiful. And I think it's really it shows the depth of their talent when they can work with grunge. I think it's easier for me at least to do the floral frilly because they're like, oh yeah, that's beautiful. Okay. Right, it's easy to make that beautiful. I think it's a little harder, more talent involved in working in grunge. So anyway, it's dated 1834. We're going to do the biggest one by itself, and then I'm going to AB the next ones, okay? So this one is like an A4 size, measures 8 inches by about 13. I'm going to knock my cup off. The handle sticking out. 8 by 13 roughly. It is string bound. This is the spine and it's string bound. This is the back. Stated, or it's numbered number 11 there. I mean, you've got everything. You've got ink splotches. Even if you tried your hardest, you probably could not get something to look perfectly grungy like this. Look at the curl of the paper. Like, it is impossible to fake this. So this is impressive as it is. I love the little bit of handwriting, the little bit of numbers back there. Gorgeous cover. If you get it, scan the cover because it's awesome. Inside, you do have that super grungy. They have filled every little bit of everything with writing in all of these books, as far as I've seen. They are crossed, but they are beautiful. It is dated. Again, grungy. Yes. I will show you up close. Let's look at the grungy side of that. Like, it's grungy, but it is also beautiful. And remember the post that I did yesterday? It's dated 1837. Like, it's old, right? But the post that I did yesterday was talking about finding those beautiful little surprises. Like, if you really calm down, slow down, and look, you'll find beauty where you didn't really think about beauty being. You know what I mean? I don't know how to say it, but it's nice to see little beautiful details like that. Okay, so the numbers are also crossed. I think it's cool looking. Over here, they're just like dates of the month, more than likely. I'm not going to flip through every one because I don't want to uncurl everything, but every page that you see, for the most part, here's one where they didn't write all the way down. It has some fancy writing, but I don't know what it's saying. Over here, you have like what looks like an index. There's letters over here. Very cute. The paper is a rag paper. From 1837, it is definitely rag paper. It's probably why it's held up so well. I don't want to uncurl all these either. But super cute, okay? I don't know how many pages. I don't know how many pages, but there it is. We're going to do this one by itself. All right. I'm going to call these grungy whole small ledgers. I believe they are like a farm ledger situation. Let's do this one. Let's do him at 50. He's the largest one, and then we'll do the small ones. Still French script, 1837 or 34 or 30, whatever this says. And good collage fodder too. If you're into like like more mixed media things, this would be great backgrounds for a lot of that. Okay, he went to Deborah K for 50. Thank you. All right, let's move on to the smalls, and we'll do them 2 at a time. I'm going to start in the back with the ones that have labels. We have A and B. Look at their grungy goodness. This one is 1845. This one is 1847. Each one of them measures 7.5 roughly by 10. They are both string bound. You can see it better on the lighter color one. There's their back sides. Inks, little splotches and droplets everywhere. They have like a cardboard cardstock cover that's folded over around the edge and reinforced. Little bits of math figures up here. Somebody named Violet Jean or something like that. Nice ink blotch there. I love that. So here's a close-up of the writing. It is dated at the top of the page. Got the numbers being crossed out. I think the numbers crossed, they're cool. Can you just imagine like a strip of that, just a torn strip of that down the edge of a page? Like even in my frilly girly journals, I would do that. You've got the little roughly cornered pages over here. So you do have some roughly goodness. I like that. How many pages? I don't know, but there is a lot of them in these little books. This is 2 pages stuck together. The ink spill. Nice bold writing. There's 2 pages stuck together again. I mean, the writing is nice and kind of crazy. It's like very, very, this is even fancier. So there's different people writing on this page. And I'm skipping multiple pages every time. A, they're stuck together and I don't want to uncurl the little corner here. But B, they're all basically the same. Every page top to bottom that I saw in this one. Here's one that's not crossed. Well, the numbers are crossed. Cute. A little bit of blank. 3 or 4 pages. There's something written on that one. Kind of like the end and saying when it ended, maybe when this ledger ended. Something written at the top of that one. A little note. So really only those couple pages there were blank. And there's the back. Okay, that's A. B, this guy here. He's got a super grungy, nice looking cover. And we go in him. Same thing though. It's paper glued over top of a book cover to reinforce it. There is a little note of ephemera in that one. The little handwritten note is 1868. This one is not crossed on this page, and look at that writing. That's beautiful writing. So these are ones where I would keep, and I would just use this as an original, like I could tuck this in as original ephemera. There's one that looks a little crazy. There's a lot of pages in here, like a lot of pages. I'm trying to flip through them, but it's hard. So I'm going to skip a couple at a time if that's all right with you guys. I'll tell you if I see something different, but for the most part, it's all the same thing. Very nice handwriting in some parts and then very hurried in others. Like this one, kind of crazy. And what I mean by that is like at the top of that, you've got really fancy frilly. And then you go down here and it's not fancy frilly, it's different. So different people were writing the entries. But paper apparently, there's a C here. Apparently paper was very scarce or expensive because they filled every single line. All the way to the back. And then they've got nice math calculations, and I love those. Okay, so that's that guy. He is pretty fat. I think he has more pages than this one. This one also has a lot of pages, and there's a huge chunk right here. There is a lot of pages in both, but I think B is kind of fatter. All right, ready? The roughly cover from Tuesday. Yep. All right, so we're going to do A and B. A, B, and for each of these, we're going to do I'm going to do 70 on this one, and I'm going to do 60 on this one. So A is 60, B is 70. I think he does have more pages in him. All right. Small, whole, French, grungy, ledgers. Go, and let me copy that so I can reuse it in a moment. Grunge love. I'm going to have to do it. I'm going to have to do it with you guys, and we're just going to do it together as a group. I have to really work to gather supplies, though, because it's not something like, I don't think about it every day. Do you know what I mean? Or I can see something frilly and girly and flowery, and I'm like, yep, I get it. Okay. Peggy is in first, and she's saying B or A, so we're going to give Peggy this one. Peggy H. And then the A1 would then go to Ricky M. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And we're going to do the next two. I will be faster now that you guys basically get the gist of them. So we have A and B. A is this one from 1844. Some writing on the cover. There's the back. Perfectly grungy. This is the B one. I love the writing. The B1, grungy. Very nice. Please scan. Okay. The A1 is fatter this time. I'm going to go pretty quick through them. Dated at the top. It looks like it's written all the way through. You've got some math in the back there. One little 2 sheets there. It's not crossed back here. And then it is crossed everywhere else. It's written by the same people. I can see the same handwriting. I think these are all from the same place, so it makes sense, right? That's kind of the overall on that one. And then there's this one. They're curled here and they don't want to come apart. So they'll just go as they go, I guess. Lots of ink splotches in this one. I can't really turn the pages that way, so I'm going to have to flip through chunks at a time. And that's kind of the gist of this one. So A is fatter, and then there's B, which is skinnier. Let's do A and B here. A has quite a few pages. I'm going to do A at 60. He's pretty fat. But B is thinner. B can be 50. There's those two. If I had to guess page count, there might be 50 numbered pages in here. This is 10 pages, and there's at least 20 more. So this one might only be 30 pages. The cover on B, I know that writing is fabulous. Lena's going to get the A. Thank you, Lena. And the B one's going to Evelyn L. Evelyn L. Thank you. All right, moving on. The next two. We've got this guy and this guy. I want to try to keep them where they're the same thickness. They're not, but they're the same size. So something that's the same. Okay. This is the A1 from 1839. 1839. You can see where it's sewn in with string. It's got kind of a rough cover there. There's the back. The B1. There's the back. 1841. You've got two things to scan on this one. My camera does not like blue, so I am going to have to color correct it occasionally. Okay, on the A1, going inside, dated 1839 up here. Looks like it's written all the way except for 1, 2, and then you've got these ones here. Not crossed here. At least you have some to scan that are not crossed. Super grunge, though. Super grunge. Ooh, look at this. Look at how crazy. Because the ink was really flowing on their pen. So you've got different little sections where you've got really kind of fancy frilly and then super grunge and a couple here or there that aren't crossed. So that's the gist of that one. And then we've got this one. So see what I mean? Like you've got some that'll go frilly and some that are really grungy. No blink in this one that I see. Little coffee stain. Coffee stained a few pages. It does look like coffee. I can't really flick through them, but I'm trying. And there's that one. So A and B on this one. The B is definitely thicker. All right, here we go. I'm going to A-B them. Let's do A. Let's do A at 50. It's kind of thinner. We have been doing them at 50. And this one we'll do for 60. So B would be 60. It's not much more for more pages. All right. Those are in. And then the next ones are a little bit smaller. And I'll show you comparatively. The next ones are a little bit smaller. I'll measure them, but just showing you. We have Claudia. Claudia for A. We have other ledgers tonight too. I'm just saying we're going to do this pile. And then we have Rhonda, did you get one yet? I'm trying to do one per person. Let me see how this is working. Peggy, Ricky, Lena, Evelyn, Claudia. She did not. Rhonda Bomb. Perfect. Okay. Next two, there's actually three, so I'm going to go ABC. ABC, there's A, there's B, there's C. Okay, they're all the same size. And they're all kind of like different colors. We've got a blue, more of a orangey coffee cream. And this one is almost a little bit tan, but it kind of looks purple on camera. Okay, the blue one, the A one, dated 1837. Grungy goodness. String bound. Its papers are stuck right here. There we go. Dated at the top of the page, got something written there. A lot of stuff written here. A whole big bunch. A lot of pages. That's kind of what they look like. And that's that guy. I will measure too. Okay, here's this one. He's dated 1838. I love how his paper is crumpled. And then it's almost like they inked over top of a crumpled paper. Do you know how we do that? It's kind of like that look. Got a little bit of math up there. This one's got quite a few pages. Ooh. Do you guys see what I see? I see it. This one has robin's egg blue paper. 1838. It is definitely robin's egg blue paper. I did not know that, or else this one would have stayed with me. Anyway, papers. Ooh, a whole booklet of robin's egg blue, except for this last little section. This section is the white section. Can you see the blue to white? I don't know if you can see blue to white, but it's definitely robin's egg blue. And you have 1, 2, 3 pages, 4 pages of white, and then the rest is blue. I know everyone is going to claim B, but there is only one of them. These are the last 3 of these I have. So if you want one, you better get one, because I don't got any more. I didn't know it was blue, though. That's really cool. Quite a few pages in that guy. There he is. Okay, next, C. C is also beautiful. Not blue, but beautiful. 1838. There's his back. He almost is a little light lavenderish looking. I think it's gray, but it's the cool gray. Do you know what I mean? All right, here's inside of 1838. The grungy covers. And he's got a lot of pages too. A lot of pages in there. Grungy white pages. A chunk flew by there. I'm going to try to hold it up. That's what he kind of looks like. All right, A, B, C. A is the thinnest. All right, here we go. A, B, that's a B. And there's a C. All right. We're going to do A for 45. It's thin and a little smaller, and I didn't measure overall. They are 7 inches by 8 3/4-ish. Because of the blue paper content, it will be 100. Please do not freak out, but that is honestly too cheap for blue paper. And then we have this guy over here, which is kind of fat, and we're going to do him at 60. So we kind of have like a little bit of everything in there. I mean, even just the 3 of them together, are they not like grungy fabulous? I don't know. I like all 3 of them together. Here we go. There they go. And let's see. I think that is all of them. I do not see any more hiding. I will let you know if I find one, but we have Shauna H. I don't think has had one, and she's claiming C. I am trying to go with haven't gotten one yet. And then we have Terry B. I know has not gotten one. Terry B. is going to get that guy. Terry B. Perfect, Terry. Thank you. And thank you, Shauna. Let's see. Diana, you were right after Terry. Barb, you're up there saying any. So it looks like Barb is getting the A. I don't think she's had any. Barb B. So that takes care of those. I do see some other requests down there. I go from the top down, so sorry. A couple people missed out there. let's keep going. What else for ledgers do we have? I have this guy down here, and we have other agendas and other things and papers and whatever. But this one, I think you guys asked me for one with brackets. This guy is very nice condition. He has a nice cover in it. We don't usually see blue leather labels, but this guy has a blue leather label. He's labeled number 2. The spine is together and all of that, but it is a little rubbed right there. This is his actual spine. And then that's his back. So he's pretty clean. I believe I have taken pages out of this guy. I have. Because when they're numbered like this, that means I've taken pages out. Look at this lovely ledger label. That would be beautiful scanned. I have not. But I took this guy from my collection because you guys asked me for one with brackets. There were several of you that wanted the header type with the brackets over here. This guy's a little different. He has the pay stamps throughout him. And he does not have numbered pages. But he is all written in. He's dated 1911 in the back. I'm going to scoot it up so you guys can see. But everything written. Lots of little number stamps over here and pay stamps in the beginning. We're at 1910 up there, 1909. Working our way backwards. Nicely written. It does have the little box here with the printed details, which is also filled in. 1909. 1908. Purple ink, black ink, blue ink for the stamps. And we start here in 1908. So I took out pages somewhere. So here, I don't know if you guys will see. I took out a couple pages in here. It does not look like many. And in fact, I need to verify that I actually did take out pages. Because normally, like this is not me. This is a hinge. I don't even know if I did take out pages. Because if I take out pages, you see strings. If I or anyone else does, you see strings. Maybe I didn't take pages out of this guy. If I did, I didn't take many because I do not see any strings in here. Wait, right here. These are the strings. So I did take a couple pages out of that one right there. So honestly, he's not a big one. And it looks like I did just take that one little section there. But they're not numbered, so I can't tell you how many now. But I don't think I ever sold this one to you guys. Maybe a long, long time ago. I had a bunch of them, and I had a bunch more that had pay stamp. He is numbered, so I knew I took pages out of him at some point. Or at least that's what's supposed to happen. So there's that guy. Overall measurements. This is the only one I have like this tonight. He is 10¼ inches by 15½. If I had to guess on page count, he's probably like 100 or 200 pages. His pages are thick. They're thick. He's probably 200 numbered pages. I'm not sure, but he's decent looking. Okay, ready? Here we go. We're going to leave it open there so that you can kind of see. That's what he looks like. And he is a whole French ledger. I'm going to leave him numbered as number 34. And he's whole because I'm selling him to you as the book and the cover. But I did take a couple pages out. I don't know when. It's been a very long time. I haven't done it recently. We're going to price him at... We're going to price him at 4. That is, honestly, if I had to buy this right now in France, it would probably be about 300 euros, which would equal $400. We are not finding them very inexpensive at the moment. So if somebody wants this one, it is 4. Otherwise, he will go in the disassemble pile. I am trying to work through all of my ledgers and decide whether we're going to disassemble them or we're going to offer them whole. And because you guys asked, I brought it. All right, this one's going to stay available for 400. If somebody wants him later, they can come in for him. You can just tell me number 34. Actually, Lena's going to take him now. So never mind. Thank you, Lena. Lena's going to take him home. He is a very nice looking ledger for 400 for a French ledger. Okay, so that takes care of that guy. We do have more ledgers. I will do some more later tonight. They're a little bit different looking, but I'll do some more. Let's do some agendas. We have agendas, or actually, let's do this. I have a massive pile of things to pull from tonight. Let's do two of these. I happen to have two that are just massive bundles of French pages. I love these, and I would keep them. But they're so big they don't fit in everything else. The bin that has these kind of papers, these do not fit in. And if they're staying here, they're going to be all flopped down like this and get damaged. And I don't want that to happen anymore. So we are going to sell these. There's an A and there's a B. A is a massive amount of pages. B is a smaller amount of pages. But these are super old documents. They have stamps on them. I'm going to bring up the lighting just a little bit because they're looking a little too dark. So let me bring up that lighting better. All right. So thank you, Lena. Uh-oh. This one is the A one, and you can see at the top, it's dated the 27th of June, 1783. And I just want you guys to stop and think for a moment. Minus my hair right there. I apologize. I'm shedding apparently. I want you guys to stop and think for a moment about what this country was in 1783. And I want you to think about the era of 1783 in France. I want you to think about the kind of houses people lived in. How many people could read or write? How many people had a legal transaction that would require such a beautiful, big, expensive. To make this legal document in 1783 was super expensive. You had to pay someone to write up this document. You had to pay for the paper. Paper was very expensive and hard to come by, right? Most people were living, and I'm not saying this derogatory, but I'm just saying most people were peasants in a kingdom and didn't have the skills to read or write or money to, they didn't have big legal transactions back and forth. So these type of documents they were about transactions from people of note, of stature, of wealth. They were doing different legal transactions about either land or money, or sometimes marriage, which was a legal transaction about money back then. So the families that are in these legal documents, the signatures, if you trace them back, they are families of note and wealth of the time. Poor peasant folk did not have big, fancy legal contracts like this. First of all, they didn't have land, or they weren't even allowed to own land at certain periods of time, but they didn't have legal transactions happening like this. They might make a barter or a trade with a neighbor, but not this kind of situation. So they do have some historical significance to the documents. If you want to do the research, you certainly can. And some of these names do come up. I have found a signed one from Napoleon beforehand. I've auctioned it off, and it was quite an expensive little transaction. But I don't have the time to research every single one of these and figure out the family and all that kind of stuff. I happened to see the Napoleon signature, and at first I was like, well, it's probably not real, but then it was on a document of the right time, and it was real. So, you can do transactions, and I'm not trying to say that these are about Napoleon. I'm just saying you can do the research and you can figure it out, and it might be worth a lot of money for you to then put in auction or resell. But for me here, the only way that I price them is based off of what these are currently selling for in marketplaces for junk journalers, because I don't look them up at Christie's. I don't try to figure that part out. I don't have time to do that. So what I'm trying to say is they're not just something that we should discard as worthless. They're certainly not worthless. They were very expensive to make at the time. But yes, we can junk journal with the originals of these. At the same time, I just explained to you that they're worth money. They're not priceless. And some people get mad because I craft with the originals. First of all, usually the ones I craft with, I either have a bunch of them, so I know that they're not super, super rare. And I don't have a problem putting a page that's $20 or $30 in a journal I make. I am kind of like in the business, so you would expect a journal from me to have, a fancy document in it, right? So it's a little bit different for me. But I would get these, I would scan them. Well, if you want to do research, do research. But I would definitely scan the originals. And if I had a certain amount of them where I felt comfortable using an original, I would. Because when I first started out and I didn't have very many French original things, I didn't craft with the originals. I crafted with scanned and printed copies of them. But as I got more and more, you feel more free to use them, right? But I promise I am going to sell these. But my point is, scan them, do research if you want to do research. They're not they're not insignificant, but they're not so priceless that you can't craft with the original. And in fact, sometime we might tear up something and craft with it, and it might be worth thousands of dollars, and we might regret it later. But you could do research if you wanted to. My point really is they're fabulous, and there's something that if we found a 1783 handwritten document in America, we wouldn't be crafting with it. America is a much younger country, and therefore things that are from 1783 in America, first of all, the market for American paper is in America, so it would be more expensive here. We wouldn't be tearing it up and crafting with it because it would be a historical document to us. These are historical relevant to France, but unfortunately, the French people, they sell them. They sell them so that we can craft with them or whatever. So anyway, don't send me hate mail when I craft with originals. I want you guys to do whatever you're comfortable with. If you're comfortable with crafting with scanned and printed copies, do that. If you're comfortable crafting with the originals because you're making a decadent journal, you're making a special journal for someone, you are, you have enough and you just feel like, hey, I want to be decadent and I want to do the original. Do whatever you're comfortable with. Let's sell them now. Sorry. um for those of you that don't have a scanner, if you go to basically any place that has a copy machine, you can at least copy it right there. Like if you didn't have a printer at home or a scanner, you could take this to a copy place and you could copy this and make yourself 20 copies of it so you had them readily available. But you could also, most copy machines have a USB like little thumb drive slot. If you just buy a little thumb drive, you can take that with you to one of those, put this in the copy bed, and then there will be a button that says scan to USB, and it will put it on your little thumb drive. From there, if you have a printer at home, you just put your thumb drive in your printer and you can print it that way. So you don't have to have a scanner yourself. But I'm not going to say most, a lot of modern printers have a built-in scanner. If you get like an all-in-one, it has a scan bed. You don't have to have a separate scanner. Also on Amazon, there are little thin scan wands. And sometimes those are inexpensive, like $40. I haven't tried a $40 one. The one that I own is a $200 one. And I don't know what the difference, like I'm sure there is a difference, but I don't know what it is. But you could also try a scan wand from Amazon. And how that works, a scan wand is nice because if you have a document that's really big, like both of these, you can scan it and it will mesh them together into one 8.5 by 11 paper. So scanning is helpful. Getting off in tangents. We're going to sell the documents now. All right. This gigantic one, many pages, beautiful stamps on this, beautiful handwriting. You've got signatures, you've got math, you've got little notations down here. The back of the document has all of the relevant information. It's kind of like the title page. I think you guys can see it all there. It's a little grungy, but these are rag paper, and usually there's a watermark in this paper. It has that natural decal edge. This is the natural, basically handmade. It is handmade, but it's handmade and then kind of made in a paper making factory by hand. Do you know what I mean? And then as you get more inside, the pages are clearer. Let me just slide the other one over so you can just see the A1 for a moment. And I need to measure because it's super long. But you have folios. So each one of these pages, the other half of it is back here. On every folio, you have a stamp. So every folio will have a stamp. These are super big, and there's a super big quantity of pages here. Every one of them is full of handwriting. I will look at the title again and try to tell you guys what this one is about if I know. But lots and lots. I don't usually sell you guys ones that have this many pages in them. I usually hoard them. String bound, and we're not done. This isn't the middle. This is just one of the string bind places. So this is the back parts of the folio. That's why there's no stamps here, because it's the back half of the stamped ones we just saw. And we'll go through those. But look at how clear the paper is, how beautiful the writing is. And now we've got some titles, some underlined portions. Now we're in the back section. So we've got stamps again. This is super thick one. I thought it was 2 pages. Again, it is 2 pages. We've got double stamps here, and they're beautiful stamps. Very beautiful stamps. Then you've got more double stamps. Single stamp. Single, single. These are fabulous documents. And the paper, you know how like we had the books on Tuesday that were rag paper, and I said they're my favorite rag paper? They're this toothy laid paper like this, and it's very, very fabulous. If I'm petting it, you know I'm petting it for a reason. So we're in the back half now, and there's the stamps on the other half of the page because they're folios. We have a little bit of a stain here on this side, but other than that, the pages were fairly clean. This is the back. This must be where the signatures are here. Yep. And that's that. And there's the back. And apparently they did at some point store it folded. I'm not going to do it because I don't want that crease in there. I think it says advertisement. I don't really know. You guys are seeing it with me. That's what it says. I don't know how many pages, but it is a big fat number of them. And you guys can see like those books that I sold you on Tuesday. It's that same kind of fluffy, lovely paper. Let's measure though, because it's huge. It measures, I don't know if I did it already, but it is 9.5. I have to open up my ruler. 9.5 by 15.25-ish. I may have already measured. That's A. Super fat. There we go. Then we have the B document, which is significantly smaller. He does have some folded up paper. Again, it's rag paper, so it is going to be durable and sturdy. You're going to be able to unfold, rub it with your fingers, and then it will kind of come unfolded. The date is up here. It is dated the 28th of March, 1795. This one has beautiful writing on it. Sire, beautiful writing. Anne Franconia, what does it say? Franconia? I'm not sure. I can't read this. And it's got a little curly corner down here. This one is a little, like, it's a little darker, a little more wear. Open up on the inside, gets better. You've got a nice stamp up there. And it's got, that's 2 pages. I got to be careful turning because they're kind of curly. Another stamp. Another stamp. And I'll show you that stamp up close too. There's another one. Another one. And now we're in the back half of the folio. Let me scooch it over. We're curled up here. Lovely, lovely pages. Okay, so this is the 2 of them. You can choose A or B. This is the back part, the end of it. And then down there, you've got all your signatures, your fees. Fancy little flourish here, but this is folded up right on that signature. And I want to unfold it, but there it is. And then we've got signature here, the 22 of March, 1775. Okay, there's A and B. These are the only 2 of these tonight. And I have to share them with you because I can't fit them in my bin and they'll fall over. I have some taller ones in there. They're not this tall, but I have some taller ones and they keep flopping. And if they keep doing that, they're going to get bent. So I would rather share them with you guys than stress about them getting damaged. Okay, so we are going to do the A1 for 200. I know that seems like a lot, but there are at least 10, probably more, stamped humongous folios of 1783 paper in there. We know that we would sell one folio of this would probably be in the $30 to $40, probably $40 range for one folio of this. This guy here, I'm going to do him for $95. Okay, just to make sure that my prices are fair, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 in the first section, and there's a whole back section back there of more folios and pages. I know that is more than fair. This guy here, I need to check. He has 1, 2, 3, 3. I can't turn it. 4, 5. He has 5. We're going to lower him. I'm going to make him 85. There we go. I want to check and be fair. Okay, here we go. These are antique 1700s French documents. I did spend quite a bit of time, but I think they're special. I'm sorry. Okay, here they are. If you would like them, claim them. And thank you guys for helping out with questions in chat. I really appreciate it. Okay, first in, Danny H for the B1. Thank you, Danny. Danny H. The A1 is going to Daniel. Thank you, guys. Danny and Daniel. Perfect. Okay. Who's ready for something else? Thank you guys very much. Okay. Let's do something. I can do. Let me just not do that. I want to do it, but let me just not. Let me do these things that I previewed for you guys the other day. So I did preview these on Tuesday and then I didn't have time to do them. So let's do them quick. We have this. We have beautiful handwritten document. We have more huge ledger. We have some blue paper. We have one of these fashion magazines with embroidery patterns. And we have some very nice, they're kind of like little ledgers. I think there's another one of those somewhere. Oh, right here. And it has blue ties. So we're going to do this pile. And it's not a pile, but we're going to go through this pile quick. I'll try to be faster. Okay, this one is a gigantic embroidery monogram book. It measures a little over 13 across by 17 tall. This is amazing junk journal pages. And it's a green cover, green little paper cover. I'm going to spin it so you can kind of, this is a little rough here, but I think your pages are fine. It's just a cover. And there's that. And inside you have these massive embroidery pages. And they have a cute border around them. I'm going to turn it this way for just a minute. We're going to flip through it this way just because I think you guys can see it better. I have to hold the cover and not knock my cup on the floor. There we go. So I'm going to go through quickly. Look at how big the alphabet is. And they're double-sided. So there is some on this side as well. It's the full alphabet. Every design has the full alphabet. So it's going to go all the way through Z. There's the Z. And then we're going to start with smaller alphabets. There's smaller 2 pages. I'm not doing my best. I'm trying, but there's multiple designs on 2 pages. I will look for the date for you. Another alphabet, the whole entire thing, smaller. There we go. Bigger, bigger. Look at the bows. There's the rest of it with the Z, then smaller, so it's 2 sizes at least per alphabet, with a whole bunch of other patterns in between. This is another alphabet, and it's smaller here, all on 1 page. We have more design here. Another alphabet. This one is fabulous. Look at how curly and beautiful. And here's the small of that, all on 1 page. Big tablecloth designs. There's 2 pages of that. Another big alphabet. Another small one, all on that page, or mostly on that page. There is a tiny little bit of pattern tissue in here. Someone apparently at some point had made a pattern from this book, which is what they're supposed to do. Beautiful. Beautiful here. Beautiful there. Monograms. And end. This is how it ends. I'm going to look for a date. No date. No date. If I had to guess, I would probably say the 40s, but I'm not really sure. It could be earlier, it could be later. I don't know. Someone even did a repair to the cover, and it's a nice quality repair. So at some point, somebody did spend some time to actually do a repair. It's not dated anywhere. Not that I see anyway. Now you guys can kind of see it both ways. A lot of pages, a lot of material. When you scan this, specifically if you have a scan wand, because these are big pages, you're going to scan it and it's going to put it together. It's going to put multiple scans together on 1 page. Even my little scanning bed that's in the ET3850, you can scan it in sections and then select all those scans and it will mesh them all together and put them on 1 8.5 by 11 page. So for making a digital, that would be amazing. Can you make a digital of this? I think you probably could without a problem, but I don't have a date and I'm not the copyright police. So you're going to do what you're going to do and you'll figure it out. But there is a number of pages, like a number of pages. Okay, ready to go? Here we go. We have a French embroidery. I'm just going to call it magazine. It's not really a magazine, but you guys get it. And we're going to price this one, it's massive, at $75. That is cheap for what that is because the smaller ones sell for $20. And I've even had smaller ones sell for $40 before. This one is going to, first in is Rhonda Baum. Thank you, Rhonda. Rhonda Baum. And that's going to her for $75. Perfect. Now where to put it? It can sit in my chair. Okay, next up I have this. There's no rhyme or reason to what I have in this pile. I have this absolutely amazing document. The gold is printed on here. The gold is printed. Then it is hand colored professionally to decorate it. It's hand colored. The gold is printed. This is handwritten. Handwritten. Get that handwriting. All handwritten. And then we come down here to the name. There's little cherubs playing a harp. There's little birds with flowers. I love the floral swags. Off to the side, it looks like this. You guys will get the whole document in there. This is an antique French document, probably 1880s. I do not know. I do not see a date on it. But we have had calligraphy specimens like this before, and they were fabulous. This is no different than that. It is really fabulous. It is starting to crack from being folded. I will probably ship it folded because it folds naturally there anyway. But if you're going to keep this, you're probably going to want to, if you look up how to professionally repair something, basically you're going to take something and put it onto the back right here. And there is fibrous material that you will paste on there, and it kind of blends into the paper that's already there, and it fixes that crack. I think you're going to scan this. You're going to print this out a million times or turn it into an amazing Etsy digital. And then you're probably going to frame it, or you could resell it. So a lot of people buy things from me. They scan them, they make a digital, and then they put the original in their Etsy and sell the original too. So you can do whatever you want to do. There is absolutely no reason to not sell your originals after you've scanned them. Some people are under the misconception that if you sell the original after you scanned it, you no longer have copyright on your scan. That is incorrect. You owned it, you scanned it, you have copyright for your scan, but the next person who buys it, if they want to scan it and make a digital, then they will as well. There is no problem with that. The world is a massive place. Two people can have the same digital. It doesn't matter. No one will ever see both of them together. Trust me. If you ever looked for digitals on Etsy, there's a million digital people on there. And there's thousands more digital creators every day because of AI now. So anyway, we're going to do this document. There's only one of these. Here we go. Antique French. I'm going to measure it for you too. Antique French. It is a large document. And I don't know how much we should sell it for, but let's measure it. It measures 18 3/4 by 12-ish. 18 3/4 by 12, and we're going to do it for, I'm going to do it for 70. There are people, other French sellers that I follow, and they price their stuff super, super high. And I would hope to one day have a shop where I could price things a little more. But I don't know, like maybe they just price it high because they pay a lot more. Or maybe if you're in France, you can sell things there more expensive than here. I'm not really sure. But I see these kinds of documents and sometimes they're like $280. And I'm like, I have never asked that. I don't know. Maybe they're worth that. But again, I'm not like I don't have time to research my stuff and look it all up and figure out what it sells for at auction. So this one's going to stay available at 70. I'm going to tap it right there. It is hand colored, and that is professional hand colored. Let me put that guy up there. He's still available. If somebody wants him later, you can let me know. This guy here is, am I going to do this as a bundle or what am I going to do? No, I'm going to do this one separately. Okay, so just so you know, we're getting into where there is a bunch of kind of similar things. So I do have more that are like this. This is super thick rag paper. It is from, I do not have a date on this page, but there's that. And it is super thick rag paper measuring 11.5 by 18. So super big. Again, I can't keep these. I can't store these. So 11.5 by 18. It is, I'm going to show you a ledger. A ledger. It's dated here. It's not really. I will find one eventually. It's super old. Early 1800s. 1793 it's dated there. Yes. 1793, 1793, 1793. It's super old. Yeah, they're all dated 1793. Every entry. So the paper is fabulously textural. I'm trying to show you, but it's massive. So I will hold one up again. Maybe you can even see like the rag paper texture. And it's not falling apart. It's just, that's the natural decal edge of the paper. Plus a little curling. This is 2 pages. So we have a lot of pages in here. And it's a ledger. And I'm going to sell it just like it is here. And there's a couple more that are similar. Not the exact same, but similar. So how many pages? It would probably be at least numbered to 25, 30 pages. It's a booklet. You have a blank and then written. And then this is the end. And there's one more blank one back here. It's probably not supposed to be there. It's probably supposed to be in the front. But this is the way it is. Massive booklet, okay? We're going to do this one. You want to read it first? I totally understand that. They're American, so at least we can, right? Okay, so this is a large French, if I could spell French right, French ledger. And it's, I'm going to call it booklet because it is just string bound here in the center. Okay. And you can see it has been folded. I don't want to fold this again, so I'm going to ship it probably flat like that. Let's do it for 1793. Let's do it for 90. And there's probably at least 25 pages in there. That's really cheap for that. It is rag paper, and it is not going to fluff apart on you. Okay, there's that one. The next one I have has a robin's egg blue cover on it, but it is much thinner. Looks like this is still going to be available. So far we have these 2 things still available and this one red book. That's what's left so far. I'm going to set those to the side. And we're going to do this one. I'll try a couple more, but if they don't go, then we'll stop with these. This one has the robin's egg blue cover. You guys can see it's really blue. This is like a normal color piece of paper. So you can see how blue it is. I think just the cover though on this one. This one is dated 1823. And so you've got the blue ledger part on this side, and you've got cream colored papers on the inside. This is super thick, super cottony rag paper. And there's that one. There's that one. So it's really 4 pages. And the 2 on the outside are the robin's egg blue. And the 2 that are in here are very, very thick rag paper. I'm going to hold it up on the cream, dated 1823. And here's the blue, dated 1823. There's that guy. And he, again, is massive. He will ship folded because he is folded already. So he's going to ship like that. All right, we're going to do him. I will do him for 48, which is too cheap, but they can't stay here. I guess I could fold him and put him in there, but in the bin. And we're going to do him for 48. I have a couple more, but there are no more blue ones like this, I think. Oops. Oops. All right, here he goes. Yeah. I probably, in all honesty, paid more than I've just asked for both of these. They just can't stay because they don't fit. This one went to Paula Dross. Thank you, Paula. And I'm going to go ahead and fold him. He just fits better that way. All right, next up, we have these three are going together. 3 separate things. Shauna D is going to take the 90. I'm telling you. For $17.93, that many pages of this quality paper, well worth it. Let me write your name. Thank you very much, Shauna. So Shauna took the $90 one. So now all I have left is a hand-colored calligraphy document and a red booklet, or a book. These 3 going together. Thank you, Shauna. You have 2 that look like this, and they're folios of it was never in a ledger. It is its own little folio ledger. And then you have this one that has this beautiful beautiful calligraphy on the front of it. Okay. I don't see a date on it out here. And I don't see a date that's jumping out at me here, but there probably is one somewhere. Oh, 1829 down here with the signature. 1829, I believe. I mean, it's a 2 or a 3, I think. There it is. Okay, so beautiful handwriting. It's all hand done instead of being printed up there at the top. That's all hand done. All beautiful, beautiful paper. This is rag paper. Lovely. It probably has a beautiful watermark in it. And it's beautiful condition. No staining or anything. Then we have these 2. This one has had some age up here at the top where it's been exposed. Looks like the 18th Legion. It might be a list of like either people that lived in a certain region, or it might be a list of military people. I'm not sure. It's a department of something. You'll have to do some research, but this one here opens up and you've got 2 full pages of writing, and I will do my best to show it. It's beautiful writing. And there's a date of 1836 here. So there's that one. And then this one is basically the same, a little bit cleaner up there at the top. Beautiful cotton, thick white rag paper on this one. Is so beautiful. And there's that one and that one. And look at that writing. It's so pretty. This one is dated 1839 as well. So early, massive pieces of paper. And you're getting the lot of 3. That's going to say ledger booklet, but it's really the 3 of these. Hopefully we're all good with that. And for this one, I'm going to ask 65. I know that I would sell the 2 of these for probably $40 a piece normally, and this would also be expensive. Look at the calligraphy. I just don't have space to keep them. This went to Danny H. Danny H. And she's taking it for $65. Thank you, Danny. And I need to write 3 pieces because otherwise people will get confused. 3 pieces. They're not folded, are they? These 2 have fold lines. They actually have writing on the back because they were folded. I don't know if I want to fold these again or not, so I'm not sure how they're coming to you, Danny, but one way or another, we'll get them to you. Either folded or unfolded. I see Jenny T. Jenny T is going to take this guy. Thank you, Jenny. He's going to ship with cardboard behind him to make sure that he is good. Thank you, thank you. He needs to go in the large section. Awesome. That means I have 1 red book left. We're doing pretty good. Okay, next I have these 2. This is the end of this kind of section. And I want to show these 2 together. Thank you very much, Jenny. There is a pink one with fabulous blue bows at top and bottom. It's bound with, I mean, honestly, this looks like seam binding, but it's actually silk ribbon. And it is bound with silk ribbon. It is pink. And then I have a blue one that is bound with pink little bows. Oops, sorry, my camera hates blue. Can you fix yourself? Okay, quickly look at the pink bow. Okay, now it's going to change. It really does hate blue. See? I don't know why. Anyway, we're going to put the blue one underneath the pink one and my camera will fix itself. And we're going to be good. Okay, I will show you both. It's A and B. The A one will be the blue one underneath there. The B one is here. I'm just going to show you this one first, though. So you have beautiful French calligraphy here. It is fabulous. Okay, these are super large again. I will measure. It says it's the inspection of 1839. So, inspection of 1839. Open up inside. This paper is super thick. You have a ledger of sorts. All of this beautiful handwriting. It is dated 1839 at the top. Goes all the way to the bottom. Starts again over here. These are lists of names or families and their information. It might be military records. I'm not sure. I have another page, very similar. And then that's the back page. And then these are these fabulous stamps and signature. It's official 1839, the back and the back cover. I mean, it is fabulous. It is rag paper on the inside. The cover is not. And it has these beautiful blue bows. I'm going to attempt to show you the blue one. So this is B. This is the A one. Maybe if I keep this one over here enough, will it behave itself? Come on. Well, anyway, you see what the cover is. We're going to go inside and then maybe it will behave. There we go. And now it's better. It just does not like blue or red. I don't know why. This one is dated. I don't see a date right here, but it's dated somewhere. Anyway, we'll find it. It's not really, it's kind of blank down here. It's got 2 entries over here, but then this whole page is full. And the writing, you could not get better writing. Yeah, I'm not really sure what it's about. I didn't ask, or if I was told, I forgot. It's dated 1839. And if you wanted brackets, here's some fabulous brackets for you. Look at these brackets. Like, look at that. It's so pretty. Okay, anyway, you have stamps down here and a signature. 1839. There you go, in your blue cover. So A is the blue one with pink ribbon. B is the pink one. I need my camera to behave so we can attempt to see them. Bad camera. These are fabulous, and they're once in a lifetime things. We will not find things like this again. And I knew they were big, but I can't keep things like this. I would love to. And I would love to use these super big pages to make journal covers and things like that. But I can't keep them. So they're just going to get damaged if they stay here. Here we go. I got to price them. We're going to do these guys at... This guy has more pages than the blue one. The blue one is 75 and the pink one is let's do him for 120 because he has how many pages? 1, 2, 3. He has 4 pages and he has 2 pages inside. So I'm not doubling. I'm doing less. All right, here we go. It's going to say booklets. You guys know what they are. And they're not 48, but there they go. These are the only 2 of those I have, and then we're on to something completely different. Paula Dross is in first for A. Oops. Paula Dross. Perfect. And then we have Jenny T for B. Jenny T. Thank you very much, guys. That is the end of that kind of material. Stay over there and do not fall, please. I need to move them because they're going to fall. Okie doke. Next we have this. This is, again, a lot of things. Thank you very much, guys. We have a lot of material. We have 2 embroidery tissue patterns. We have one of these that is actually textural. It's embossed here. And it's a pattern for needlepoint, I would assume. I don't really know. It says down here, it gives your color schemes. It's not dated. It says Paris down here. And it's from this French fashion magazine. But it's not dated. So you get that. These 2 are dated 1910 because they go with this magazine of 1910. I think they both go with it. These are like sewing pattern tissue. So they're in perfect condition. They've never been opened or used, and I'm not going to open them today. But they're sewing pattern tissue. They're a little thicker than that. And they have all of this beautiful design all over them. And so you can scan this and just make it print onto paper. But it is fabulous. Fabulous material. All kinds of designs in there. And it is from 1910. You also get the pink one, which is different patterns. And it is written 1910 there too. And so if you open this, like this has never been opened. And I'm not going to unfold it all the way. But again, pink with blue ink. And then brown on the inside. And there's different patterns front and back. Okay, so you get both of those. And this is the original magazine, which I believe these came out of. So it is blue from 1910. There's the image of the granny working on some needlepoint, crochet. I don't know what she's working on. Looks more like crochet to me. But anyway, there's the back of the magazine. This is the back of the cover. Some fabulous ads in there. And then inside, that's the cover. You have some corsets. You have this beautiful ad. And I'm just going to flip through just quickly. But it's a magazine in French. I love these birds up here at the top. That would be a beautiful stamp. And then you've got your art. You know, women at the time, these are all subjects pertaining to women. Little advertisement where you can sign up and get more magazines. Look at these pictures of these children, though. Oh my goodness. So beautiful. That's scannable. The photos of the women, scannable. I might need to do some scan. Oh my gosh, look at her and her dog. Super cute. I obviously didn't look through here, but it's super cute. You've got your lace work. This is more instruction for the lace or crochet. Filet lace. There's your needle point. That's like bobbin lace and tatting. So it's a magazine of all of these things. All right. Here we go. Look at that one. Wouldn't she be beautiful blended into a digital? I think she would. And there we go. We've done the whole magazine. And so I'm going to just tuck this stuff in here, but you're getting both of these. And I will tell you, no joke, these are $30 or plus per pattern. They sell right now every day for 30 or something dollar, 30, 35, 40, 38. They're all over the place, but in brand new condition like this, these sell for quite a bit of money. Crafters like them, but also people like to use them still. This, I don't know what it's worth, but it doesn't go with this magazine. It's from a different book, but it is in this lot. So we're just going to do it all together. We have sold these magazines just recently. I had 2 of them. Maybe I had 3. I had 2 of one kind and 1 of a different kind. And the magazine itself is $60, but because it has patterns in it, it is obviously more. So just be aware. French embroidery patterns are very different than American ones. This is an antique 1910 needle. I'm just going to call it needlework magazine with patterns. And I'm going to price this one at $100. I do understand, but $60 for the magazine, and I'm only charging $20 per pattern, which I can tell you right now, if I just listed them on Etsy, I would get more for them. Okay, we're going to do it. $100. It's going in now. I actually have a bucket of those patterns. Very few of them are new. Most of them are used. And I have been trying to sort through them and put them in some kind of category so that I can put them in bundles or something like that. And so when I got the bundle of them that I bought, I started to look at them on Etsy to try to figure out whatever. And on Etsy and eBay, I was seeing them for outrageous prices. This is going to Jane P. She's first in, guys. Nice pickup, Jane. I'm kind of jealous. All right, this is the last bundle of oversized goodies. I mean, it's massive. It's basically almost a sheet of Italian paper. It's big. Thank you very much, Jane. Okay, this is a bundle. This is cardstock. Very large cardstock. This does open somewhere. Very large cardstock. And it's about architecture. I have some architecture things coming for you guys. There's some books with fabulous illustrations. But anyway, this is hand done. This is hand drawn. This is hand lettered. Somebody was designing this building. It is numbered or something down here. It's 0.5 centimeter per meter is the scale, I guess. So it is a real architectural drawing on very thick cardstock. That's the first one. This all came as a bundle, so I'm going to leave it as a bundle. The second one is just a piece of cardstock, very large, antique cardstock for you. There you go. As crafters, we can always use that. Here is another one, and this one is like 320 GSM, like super thick. And it is on a textured, toothy, almost watercolor paper. It has a embossed brand name on the paper. More architecture things. Again, this is all done by hand. It is all perfect and all done by hand. You can scan these. Architecture digitals are very popular. Then there's this one, which is a larger scale. And this is the front of it. It's very big. And then on the back side, you have this. And remember how Tim Holtz does those blueprint sketch stamps? It's very similar looking. It's like stained glass windows for a church or something similar. Maybe a mausoleum. I'm not sure. But it is fabulous. I love these. They're very technical. So there's that one. It's a double-sided one. Then we go to this one. And this is the same thing, but different. Different patterns in the stained glass. It's for the chapel of this person. I think it might be a mausoleum, or maybe a little family chapel. You know, big estates had their own churches within their estate. And they had their own preachers for their estate if they were very wealthy. So there's that one. Basically the same thing, but different pattern. Then there's this one here. And you can see where this one had like paint cans or coffee cans sat on the corners so it wouldn't blow away when they had the plan out and working on it. But this is the plan. And you can see the rooms and the stairs and all of the things. Again, it's on thick cardstock. And then we have this one here. And this one is the actual like land plan, I believe. It's got all this information written up there. And it's signed down here. So that's all I know about it. Looks like a lectern. I'm not sure. Lantern? I don't know. I think that is all of them. I think we have gone through them all. No, there's one more. Maybe there's two more. But we didn't see this one, so... There's this one. It's upside down. Look at the writing. And then there's the stamp from the architect. So this is official blueprint. But they didn't have blueprint at this time. This is before blueprint. And there you go. Planning out something. Now I think we've been through them all. No. Still one more. There's one more here with writing. And blueprint stuff. I hope we've gone through them all. Well, there is an awful lot of them. Nope, there's still another one. Oh my gosh. Okay. So you've got these. They're cool and the writing is cool. And look at the outside elevation of the facade and then inside. They're cool, but you're going to have to do one of those like Tim Holtzy journals that I don't have things to do. And then we're to that blank cardstock. So now we have been through them all. Okay, here we go. These are antique. They are over 100 years old. Antique French. I'm going to call them blueprints, even though they're not blueprints. They're architectural plans. And I'm just going to do it as a lot. Okay. For the whole big bunch of them, and they're going to have to ship flat, which will be a pain for me, but they are going to have to ship flat. They've never been folded that way, and I don't really want to do it. So, I mean, I guess until I maybe could get them in a flat rate box like this without having to crease them. So if you have a flat rate box, I might be able to do that. But anyway, let's do them for $70. I know they are worth more than that, but again, I don't have space. I can't keep huge things like this. They're fun to look at. They're nice to think about scanning and turning into digitals, but I just don't have the space for it. This one is $70. I'm going to leave it still available. If you want the blueprint, I called this blueprint lot. Blueprint lot. Okay, there they are for $70. Still available if you rewatch later and want that lot. It's a huge bunch of material for $70. Just let me know in a text message. Moving on. Agendas. Actually, We have 70 people here. Let's do agendas. I know my brain is scattered all over the place. So I have a pile of agendas. There might be a couple more scattered in the pile of documents and things behind me. Um, in fact, I can see there that there are a couple, but for now we're going to do this pile of them. There's 68 of you, so I don't know if we'll sell them all or not. But anyway, these are all different French agendas from different time periods. I'm going to quickly show you what I have, and then we're going to ABC them to move through them. Okay. So quickly, there's one from 1898. There are a collection of these, which I'll do them individually, but 1862, 58, 59, 53, 31, 66, 56, 65. So a lot of those from the 1800s. I have one of these from 1934. It has kind of a funny cover on it, but it has a lot of pages and they're kind of cool for like agendas and things like that. Lots of pictures. So it is interesting inside. I have this one right here from 1933. And again, it's very interesting inside. It has a lot of pages, lots of good journal making material in there. There's a blotter. Some are handwritten. There's that guy. This is from 1928. Again, it's fabulous inside. Like a page a day kind of a thing. Think about putting this in like the French farmhouse journal. I could have taken a folio out of this and just put it right in as pages in the journal. This one is from 1937. Look at her. And inside, you've got all kinds of information, pictures. There's kind of that one. It's kind of like a little catalog. This one is for 1932, and it's an agriculture one. So again, for the farmhouse journal, a rose ad for like getting roses and growing them at home. Nice ads in there. And then we get into the architecture, or not architecture, the calendar pages. Lots of information, lots of farmy stuff in there. Then we have one from 1927. Like the cover, really. And then inside, nice ads. Lots of nice pictures in here. Nice material to use. The paper's good on all of them. This one is 1931, and it is from that fashion magazine company that I sold issues from on Tuesday. If you missed the sale on Tuesday, there are still more fashion magazine sets available. But this is all the stuff that we like. All the women, the clothes, the hair, everything. Then this one is the most expensive one, and it is also the hardest to find. This one is from the Bon Marché store. It was a huge department store in France. A picture of it was massive. Stuff from it is very collectible. It's priced at €70. In the back, there is a fabulous fold-out map of Paris. I don't know if I can show you the colors, but it's very beautiful pastel colored with advertisement in the corner for the Bon Marché. Very collectible map in its own right without the agendas, because sometimes they do remove the maps and then use them as wall art or whatever. You can see that this one has been unbound, right? It's stapled in and it's come out just from time. In the back, you have more of like a directory, place to write notes. Now that would be fun to scan and put in a journal as a page. You have some pink pages throughout that will have different advertising and that kind of stuff. But then you've got your pages for your different days. Again, there's lots of advertising, beautiful stuff in here. This is always a very expensive, hard one to find. So there's the overview of those. We are going to start with, we'll end with this one, and we'll start with these. And I'm going to do them 3 at a time across the desk and try to keep them kind of similar. So 3 at a time, A, B, and C. Alrighty. What am I stopping for? What is Soldier saying stop for? Is it for Jody saying me yay? Jody, do you want the blueprint lot? Jody, do you want the blueprint lot? I'm not sure if she's saying yes or no. Or if she's just saying, oh, she does. Well, I need Jody to say she does. But all I see is me, yay. Jody, just confirm for me that you want the blueprint lot. Okay. You wanted agenda. See? That's why I asked to confirm. Oh, you were agreeing with me? Okay, well what was the stop sign for? What was the stop sign for? What am I missing? I don't know if I'm missing anything. It seems like we're all good there. You guys let me know. Okay. A, B, and C. The 27, the 31, and the 37. Okay. And I've kind of flipped through them already, so I will be brief. But this is the largest. And the largest one is 7.5 by 10. These are 9.5 by 6-ish. Yes. They're all a lot of material. So pages for journals, scannability mostly. I think you can scan the 31 copyright free at this point, roughly around that time frame. I have to look it up. But scanning, putting into journals, you can pull out a lot of focal points. You can use the ads in collage, multitudes of paper possibilities here. So I will quickly show you again. I kind of did the overview. We'll hit the high points. So every month you have a little bit of information. Nice illustrations. Nice ads. All different kinds of things. Nice typography in here. And you get a lot of pages. A lot of pages. Like you can see how thick it is. Okay. Next one. This one has color. There's the fashion. There's photographs in here as well. Hairstyles. This is the one that goes with the fashion magazines. It's got needlework. Some song. I think there's a lot of songs. I loved this one. I happened to find this page earlier, and I loved that page. Look at it. It's gorgeous. I want to scan that right now. And then look. Look. It's so beautiful. And you've got those. And some embroidery patterns. More music. There's so much stuff in here. Obviously, I have a favorite, but I'm just saying. So much material. There's that one. This guy here, or girl, I should say, because it is a girl on the front. All different kinds of things. All different kinds of pictures. It was just basically showing, even those hands are interesting. I don't know where they are, but the hands were really cool. Hopefully you guys saw the hands. Big bunches of information. They're sewing patterns and whatever those things were. I'm not really sure what those things were. Okay, A, B, and C. Are we ready? A will be 45. B will be 45. I'm sorry, C will be 45. B is going to be 65. It is the fashion, more tailored towards fashion. They're all really geared towards women reading them. I think women read them and maybe told their husbands. I'm not sure. Okay, I'm going to call them antique, even though some of them are just nearly antique. Antique French agendas. agendas. I'm going to copy this because we're going to be here for a minute. There we go. Okay, there we go. And we have, I don't know, maybe 10 more. They're all very different, though. Okay, up here to where I typed in the go. I am going in order. Terry B will get the B. And Terry, did you get fashion magazines on Tuesday? Because if you didn't, there's fashion magazines that match those that I have here. Thank you, Terry. Let me know if you are interested in the magazine or you already got them or whatever. I don't know. Just tell me what I need to do. Deborah is going to get the A one. Deborah K. I'm going in order. And then, no. Deborah RM. I don't have A or B left anymore. Catherine, I only have C. You says Lady Fashion one. If you could, please. So, Catherine, I only have C. And you don't say C, so I'm going to move on. Because you don't say any either. Mickey says any, so Mickey's going to get it. I'm sorry if you meant any or if that was supposed to read as any, but it doesn't say any. So we're skipping that. And we're going to go on. Next, let's do these ones. Do I have another hardback one? I don't, but I have this one. These three are very, very thick. So all three thick, the same thickness, basically. They have tons of stuff in them. I showed you before. I'm going to go quickly. 1933, 1928, 1934. Hardback one, soft cover one. Open up inside. Got all kinds of information back here. You got your directory. You got some ads. These are your pages that you can pull out and put in a journal for writing space. Go all the way through there. There are ads in between there, which I think you can briefly see. This little ink blotter right here is an advertising one for Nestle, and people collect those. Those are worth money. You can see it's used. And then in the front part of the book, you start seeing where they've got some handwritten stuff. Tiny, tiny little writing. So you get some blank, some written. This is a true agenda where they would keep track of all their expenses. There are really nice ads in here. I keep seeing them and I want to look at them. I really like the ads. And then you've got a little lady here that you could scan somewhere. I don't know where she went, but anyway. There's cool stuff. There's that one. The 28, very similar. You've got some ephemera. Oh, no, you have a giant fold-out map. That's cool. That's really cool. I didn't know this one also had a map. So, I'm going to peek here at the corner of this map. I'll try. I don't want to unfold it. So, there's that one. And it is nicely colored. It is really good condition. I don't see any tears or anything on it. So, it has a nice map in it. That's cool. And then inside this one, pink pages, pink pages, pink pages. And then you get to these pages. I like these pages. I mean, nice little pictures at the top. They kind of, you can find one for every theme of journal. There we go. So there's that guy. This guy over here, he has, I skipped that whole section. It's basically the directory part, and then it starts with the days where you would write your information. Has nice ads and pictures throughout. You would definitely be able to craft with those and or scan them. Sepia colored ones. That's nice. All kinds of things. Little puzzles, it looks like. And pages. And there we go. All right. A, B, and C. There's so much material for collage. And for pages, the ones that have the actual date pages where you would journal, basically. We're going to do the same thing now. Okay. For this one with the map, I want 75, and it's still a very good deal at that. This guy here is going to be 50, and this guy here is going to be, I'm just going to do him for 35. There those are. And we are going to limit to one. So if you already got one, I didn't really tell you that, but if you already got one, I'm going to try to choose other people. And you can still come in for it, because if nobody else comes in for it, then you're going to get it. So going to the top, we have Marcella B would claim C. Marcella B. Thank you. Then we have T Murky. T, can you please type in your whole first and last name if it's different? I just need a first name to go with it if that is your last name. So while I wait for that one for just a second, I see lots of C's in there. Susan Lily would be after T. I just don't remember. Teresa. Thank you. Teresa. Have I ever invoiced you? I haven't ever invoiced you. I did one time before. Okay. That means I have your information. Have you text registered though? T, did you send me a text message with your information from your cell phone? I have invoiced you. I saw it, but I need you to text register if you haven't yet. I'm going to put your name on B because you're claiming B. It's not a problem. We started doing text message registration, and I send your invoices by text now. So in order to get your invoice, I need you to send me a text from your cell phone so I can send your text or your invoice there. Okay, and then we went back to Susan Lily. Susan Lily says she will take A. Susan L. Alrighty. Let me just make sure that you've texted. You did? Okay, well, let me just see because I don't see a phone number in there for that invoice. And I just want to make sure because it is a really big pain whenever it's not in there. You have. Thank you very much. I don't know why it's not on that previous invoice, but I will fix it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You did text register on 5/29. Thank you. You did. Shauna D, I do not see you on the top for A. I can see if you came in before the go. Donna came in before the go. Donna Stutz. Stutz. You came in before the go, Donna, and you're new here. And I just want to say hello and welcome. And you're just coming in just a little bit too early, just a few seconds too early, in fact. And whenever I put it in, I take the list of people who purchase from the go down. And you're coming in just before that go. So I just want to, call that out so that you're aware that I'm not not seeing you. I'm not choosing you. It's just that you're right before the go. So just if you want to purchase tonight, just keep trying. And maybe it's a timing thing. There is a little bit of a lag on YouTube. And also I use streaming software. So you're going to see the order that I'm calling the names different than it really is, because I use software that pulls all of the comments over from YouTube in the live, and it time stamps them and puts them in the correct order and feeds that correct order to me so that I can call the names out in the order they came in. It's just a little bit of a learning curve for new people. So I just wanted you to know that I see you. But I don't see who just asked me. Shauna D. I do not see you, Shauna D. I can tell you where you are in the list. Shauna D, you are way down there for A. You're after about 7 people. Yep. Go out and come back in, Shauna. It usually resets your leg. If you go out and come right back in, it will refresh everything. Barbara, I do see you, but you are also down on the list. Do you guys want me to go through the list quick? So Donna Stutz is right above the Go. Then there's the Go. Then there's Marcella B, T, Murky, Susan Elliott, Shauna H, Peggy H, Susan L, Susan Lilly, Barbara S, Shauna D, Ricky M, Deborah RM. Then Tara B is typing in a message in there. Then Teresa's answering my question, Maria C. So then you guys are having conversation, and here we are. Okay, make sure that you're in live chat instead of top chat, right? Is that the way it goes? Let me double check that. Yeah, you have to be in live chat instead of top chat. I know it's a hard thing, but after you get the learning curve and figure the lag out, things work a little smoother. I have these two that we're going to do next. Then I have a bundle of these ones, and these are all early 1800s ones. They have nice covers. So we're going to do these two, that bundle, and then that big red one. And then I think I'm out of agendas for today. Thank you guys very much for staying with me. I have the farm one from 1932. And I have this fabulous one with a beautiful scannable cover from 1898. Almanacs are very collectible. Even American ones are very collectible. In fact, if I could reach it, there is two more. Let me see if I can reach this one. Because I have an American one that's a lone little guy, and he's been here forever. And he needs to find a home. But I cannot reach him. Oh, wait, I can't. I see him. He's in the bottom of a bed. Wait, okay, I found him. That was very hard. I have this guy right here. He's an American one, and we can do him in a minute too. He's a little American one. I don't know. Maybe he's not really an agenda. It looks like a cookbook kind of thing. I don't know, but there he is. We'll talk about him in a minute. He needs to find a home. Okay, the agriculture one is A. This guy is B. He's got chickens. The science of life. I'm not sure what that really means. The spice of life? I don't know. This is the one that I really like the ads in. With the rose ad. Like right there. This guy's watering the pansies. Got all kinds of things in here. And then your calendar. So your calendar pages. Little tables and graphs. Lots of farm pictures. This would have been great. Plants, animals, dogs. There's roses in here. A whole big bunch of material for you to scan and play with. All in French. And it's a fatty. Then there's this one, which is pretty small compared to that one. And this one, oh, was this a map? Is this a map? This is a map. I don't know what this is. Hold on, because if this is a map, I have another one. This is a map. So let's put this to the side for a moment, because I actually have another one of those. I promise we will do it here in a minute. But there's that. We're just going to do that one for A, and we're going to do this one for B, even though I said it would be last. This is the Bon Marché one. This is the one with the big map in the back that folds out, which I'm trying not to ruin. It is loose here, except for the ribbon. Massive one, and I'm going to show you kind of high points of it, because we've already overlooked it. That's what I mean. I don't mean overlook. I mean overview. We've overlooked it. It has beautiful things in pink. There is a big picture of the Bon Marché somewhere, but lots of advertisements. This one is a true like journal. it said something about you can use like sale coupons or something that day. Like the store was having a sale. I think that's super cute. So this is what it looks like. If you're going to scan it and you're going to put it in a journal, you're going to have that journal sewn in right here if you choose to do it that way. And you'd have little pages on each side, or it's actually a folio that's folded here. And then you would have big pages to put in. I think it's amazing. There is nice pictures of the Bon Marché somewhere in here. I saw them before, but I don't know. Well, maybe that was it. I don't know. Maybe that was it. This is like your beautiful furnished home. Oh my gosh, I'm supposed to be going fast. What is this? The gallery of something. Look at how fancy, though. I actually have some living room furniture that looks like that, but it's obviously not the same thing. There was the Bon Marché. Beautiful stuff and lots of pink in here. And then these pages. There was the Bon Marché right there. Keep passing it right there. This is how big that department store was. Look at it. And it was like the expensive store that you would shop in Paris. So there's this guy. And he is priced up here at €70. He was $50 or €70 or something like that. Okay. Anyway, there we go. A and B. Sydney above. Okay, I sure will. A, B. Let me get these put in and I will go up and look for that. This guy right here for the farm one, I'm going to do him for 45. This guy right here, I'm going to do for 125. Let me get these typed in. You guys can come in for those and I will scroll up and look. Solja wants it? Alrighty, we're going to give it to Solja. Thank you. And I need to write your real name. Jane P. It's going to be very confusing, but Jane P. Thank you very much. You're going to have fun with it. You're going to have to craft your heart out, make some amazing things. You need the architecture bundle. Okay. Okay, well, we've got it. Is that all I'm stopping for? Because we've got it. I hope so. It looks like it. Yes. Okay. Deborah R. No, wait. Yes, Deborah RM for A and B. But I was limiting to one, Deborah. So you need to choose which one you want. And you probably need to choose B if you want it, because there's a million B's right after you. You're going to steal it from her? That's awesome. So Deborah RM, we are limiting, so I just need to know which A or B you prefer. B. Yes, that's kind of what I thought. Deborah RM. Perfect. Thank you. And thank you for letting me kind of share things tonight, guys. I do appreciate that. It just helps because I only have like a lot of one-of-a-kind things. I shouldn't say only, but I have a lot of one-of-a-kind things. And if people sit here the whole night and they're constantly missing out on everything, they get frustrated. So anyway, thank you for letting me share. Let's go back up here to this list now. I see B. So Deborah RM, Paula Dross, Barbara S, Ricky M, and then Sean H. Sean H, thank you. All right, guys, we are almost done with agendas. I have this pile. I'm going to do them all at the same time. Well, don't boycott me. That's kind of rude. Goodness sakes, she's just boycotting me now. I'm going to have to cry about that later. I'm teasing. All right, so I have this many with covers. And I have two that do not have the blue cover on them. They just have their regular title page in here. Can't really see them, but there they are. So covers, the blue covers are A. I have two of B's. These are random. These are random. You can choose A, you can choose B, but you can't choose the individual one. Hope that makes sense. Yes, this guy is damaged. I think he is the only one. If you happen to be unlucky and get that one, I do apologize. It just happens sometimes, right? But what are these? They're little agenda books. Almanacs, really. Not really agendas. And they're from the 1850s or 30s or 60s or whatever you see in there. But there's nice plates back here. The paper I'm trying to figure out, it's got rag in it. I'm trying to figure out if I want to call it rag paper or not. So a lot of plates, a lot of stories, information. These are your days of the month down here in like your moon phases. I don't know what they are, but important days for agriculture. When to plant, when not to plant, I don't know. And so that's kind of what that one looked like. And it was 1859. There is one in here. This is 1831. Maybe that's 51. I think that's 51. The fives always get me. They look like S's half the time. I think that's 1851. And then at the back. So in this one, you have different kinds of images. That's pretty for like a garden journal. I don't know what happened there. That page, somebody cut out a strip of that page. I don't know. I did not flip through these. So you're seeing them right with me. And then you've got your days. So they all have little quirks, I'm sure. That's that one. I won't flip through them all, but I do want to kind of quickly look to make sure that there's nothing horrible. I don't think I flipped through these. Oh, see, this one's torn. It's okay. We can live with that. That's all right. And I don't know if I did this one. This is the 51. Okay. So those are at least like, they're not all colored in or torn or whatever. I didn't see any coloring, but I just need to make sure of that quickly. Okay, we're going to do them. Ready? You're dying over there. The howlers? The howler monkeys? What are you talking about? Oh, the howler from Harry Potter. I see. I'm glad you guys are having a good time in chat. I'm really glad you guys are having a good time in chat. We're going to get these typed in. They are A or B. A is going to be, I'm going to do them for 40 for A. And B is going to, they really should be more than that. I just have a bunch of things I need to get through. A for 40 and B is going to be 35. If you just want one, please listen to me before you put in your me's. If you just want to make sure you get one, just say any. I will do the ones who call them out first. So you might end up with a B one, but it might be better than saying A and not getting one. So I'm just putting that out there. You can always just type in me any, and that means you don't care which one, you just want one. If you do care which one, of course, put that in too, but I'm just saying. All right. Okay, here we go. We have Deborah. Am I limiting these? I'm not going to limit these. Deborah RM. Deborah RM would like an any. Okay, thank you, Deborah. Rhonda is going to take, Rhonda Baum is going to take an A. Thank you guys for staying with me while I try to figure this all out. Rhonda Bomb. Thank you. All right. Then we've got Jody M, and she's an any. Perfect. Well, actually, she's saying A or B. So her first choice is A. Well, she's saying any. I don't know how to figure that one out, but we're going to put her in the any category. Mom wants one, me, but put it on her invoice. We are happy with the damaged one. So Jane P is an any. I'm trying to figure you guys out. Jane P is an any. Jan C, and she's going to take an A. Thank you. Then Shauna H is an any. But see, it's really not an any. Because it's A, but I don't know how to do it. It's A or B. Christine J is an A. You guys probably will not be happy with the way I did it, but all right, let me go back up and do these the way I think you guys probably mean them. I think Jody is saying an A. Because she says A or B. Her first choice is A. And that would mean Shauna. I'm trying to figure it out and do it fairly. That would mean Shauna would be an A also. And that would mean I have one left to do. We did Christine J, correct? Yes, we did. After Christine, it's Karen Jorg. Karen Jorg. And she is claiming an A. And then we have Jane and Deborah. Did I mess up Deborah's? No, she says any. Okay. Jane and Deborah. It actually should go the other way. And I know it probably doesn't matter to you guys, but I always do it from left to right. So from the order you came in. Okay, we did it. I made through. Hopefully you guys are not mad at me. I did my best to figure that out. Let's go on. I can't even go to the bottom of your comments right now. Let's see. Did I skip you? I didn't skip you. You're just down on the list. So after Karen Jorg, it goes Kendall and then Catherine. And then Sydney and Soldier are having a conversation. Then Diana. Guess you wanted one. Oh my gosh. And then Shauna A, please first. Okay, I did get it. I did get it for you, Jody. I was trying to figure it out. Oh my gosh. You did show up, Kendall. You were just down underneath. Let me do these two maps quick because there's actually another one here that I found. And then I have one of these. This little book was missed, and it's actually a paste paper cover, little rag paper book, and it is amazingly beautiful rag paper, and it's math. And it was missed the other day, so we're going to do that. But we're going to do these maps. I have two maps. They both have fabulous covers. I actually thought this was an agenda. It's fat and thick like one. But they both have beautiful maps inside of them, apparently. We're going to do those. I'm going to attempt to unfold this one. I'm not really good at refolding them, though, so be warned. I will show you as I need to move my keyboard out of the way. I need to have more space. I will try to show you. So this is the map. It is a beautiful neutral colored map. I love this up here with the laurel wreath. Then it has all of your points of interest. The monuments over there and over there, and it's all the way up and down. What these remind me of is like postcard images, because these are often on postcards. But you do have your, can I show you? You do have your legends and some information. Here's a different table. It is cracked right there. Other than that, and here, I don't see any real damage to it. Looks like it's in pretty good shape. Yay, I folded it back up. Okay, there we go. That's A. There's air in there, but that's A. The B one is this guy. Look at that for a journal card. Just pull that right off of there. Both of these, just pull the black off, isolate it and pull it off, and then put it on anything you want. Goodness. I don't want to tear it. This is this one. It says it's for the exposition. It's the exposition. What does it say? The manufacturers? I don't know. I think it's the Paris Exposition. They have like a giant exposition in 1900. I think they did. Anyway, it's a map of that. That stuff is pretty collectible. Yeah, like, didn't they build like a great big glass house for this or something? I vaguely remember. I really need to start paying attention more. How does this fold? I don't know, but it's cool. Anyway, there's A and B. I want to look at the things before I have to ship them to you. Sometimes I really do feel like I get them, I unpack them, I sell them, and then I ship them, and I never get to actually see them. All right, A and B, fabulous maps. They both have covers, which are nice too. What was the back of this one? Just information from the library. I don't know. Let's do A for... He was really cool, but let's do him for 35, and let's do B for... I'm going to do B for 30, and I'm probably going to cry about it later. I would really, really love to do some scanning. If I show you guys my scan pile, you guys would be mad. You'd be like, why are you not sharing this stuff with us? There's no way you could scan it all in one lifetime. Both. Are you claiming both maps? I believe you are. I think you're claiming both maps. I don't know. I think you guys are both claiming maps. Me, aka Mom, both A first, then B. I think they're claiming both of them. Yes, both maps. Okay, thank you. There's two people, so do I put this under Jane or do I put this under Sydney? Do you guys want to tell me, or should I guess? Okay, after those two, I'm going to do that paste paper cover book, and I'm going to do this little American thing. Am I going to do this? I'll do it. I'll do that guy. We put it under Jane. Okay. It just helps me when we sort your stuff into your invoice, because there's been many times I've sorted it into whatever bin, and then for invoicing it goes different sometimes, and then it's like your stuff isn't in your bin, and it's harder now that I also have help too, because I got to be like on the ball with everything I write down. Anyway, we've got them under Jane. You have a map obsession. Well, then you must have been very sad about Tuesday. So A was 35 and B was 30. Did you see maps on Tuesday? Or were you still, what did you say you were doing? You weren't banishing me. I forget what you were doing. Boycotting me? I don't know. The cover is here on this. It does need unfolded. But it is a nice paste paper cover. I like paste paper. Rebecca S. was making paste paper in her class, and I wish that she would show us a video or post it or something, because it sounded really cool. And I like paste paper book covers. So this is a paperback one. They've done it on rag paper. I don't know if you guys can see, but it's on rag paper. The book is rag paper. It is a math book. It starts on page 5. I don't know what happened, but it starts on page 5. Talking about the decimal. And this is fabulous, fabulous rag paper. If I had to guess an age, this is 17 or 18, but it is in that range where I'm not sure which one from feeling it. It's early 18 if it's 18. So we've got lots of rag paper math pages. I can't really flip through the whole thing because they're sticking together, but you guys get the idea. How many pages total do we have here? We have 67-ish pages of rag paper math. It is impressed into the paper. It's nice thick paper. I do this stuff for a reason, because I can hear it and tell you how old it is usually, and I can feel it and tell you how old it is usually. It's a very nice paper. I really like it. Okay, there we go. That's A. B is just this cute little booklet. I thought it was a little farmer's almanac thing. I don't know what it actually is. It's from 1897, 1898, calendar inside. That would be cute to scan as a little journal card or a background. Inside, you've got various pages, nice advertisements in here, and recipes. Maybe you would like to cook. That's such a nice image. Maybe you would like to cook and you would like to make some 1800s recipes. There was a candy section, a salad section, and a meat section that I saw. Anyway, you've got ads throughout, and then you've got this guy in the back. And I remember talking about how I liked him for Santa Claus. So maybe you want to scan him and put him in a Christmas digital, but it's called the Charles Vogler Company's Cookbook and Cook of Comfort and Health. From Baltimore. Saltimore. It's from Baltimore, Maryland. I didn't see the MD after. Very cute. All right. You can tell I don't do much American things. Let's do the book, which is A. And then we have B, which is almost easier to do them separate, but we're going to do it this way. The A book, it's a math book, and I know it's fairly small, but I need 70 for it. The little American cookbook calendar thing, let's just do him for like 15. He is 1800s, so, it's not new. That's pretty funny, Sydney. Very funny. All right, so we're just going to do antique paper. Go. Baltimore, that's what I saw. And then I'm like, MD, nope, it's Baltimore, dum-dum. I'm not calling you dum-dum. I'm calling myself dum-dum. All right. We have Deborah RM for the B. Thank you, Deborah. And then Jody M. I was looking. Jody M, thank you. That little curl of a cover is going to bother me. I'm going to try to get it to be flat and put this in a plastic bag. But okay, there's those. There's those. We're making pretty good progress through the pile. I don't want you guys all sitting here for nothing, so I'm going to do a ledger page pack right now. Or we can do onion skin pack right now. Maybe we'll do both. The fancy letters. Yes. I have a very hard time with monograms for that reason. Okay. We actually have several packs of paper. Let me try to get to them as best as I can. My chair is always in the way. I don't know why I keep a chair in here because I never get to sit in here. So we're going to do these. Did I write how many there are? Please tell me that I wrote how many there are. I didn't write how many there are. Okay, cool. We're going to do those. And we're going to do these. So I have, this is vintage onion skin. I have an A and a B. We're going to do them separately. I don't want to do A and B lists in spreadsheet. I do not like it when it comes time to sort it. So A pack, the A pack has 15 sheets. These are legal size sheets. They are onion skin. This is American onion skin. This is vintage. It is red ruled. So it's American onion skin. It has a watermark in it. You can see it is also, and this is what it's called. I'm not trying to be funny. It is cockle finish, meaning it is not smooth and flat. It has a cockle finish, a bumpy little finish to it. It really is durable onion skin, the American kind. When you get the French ones are a little cross between tissue paper and onion. That's just the way the French ones are. This American onion skin, obviously it's not 1800s. It's probably like 1960s, 70s, somewhere in that range. It's more crinkly, more durable, meaning it's tougher. Some of the French ones are like this, but the French are just a little bit different. Anyway, this is legal size. It doesn't matter to me that it's legal size. If you want to take it to your paper trimmer and cut it to make it letter size, to run it through your printer, you can certainly do that. And then you'll have these fun little strips to do other projects with. You could add them in tiny little matchbook journals or, some other type of ephemera. But there are 15 pages per pack of this one. And then I just wanted to show you, this is what I did a long time ago. I think Christmas Kit 2024 had these printed pages in it. And I took a piece of similar onion skin and ran it through the printer and printed off a copy of one of my French documents on it. So you can run this through the printer. My printer has a thin paper setting, and the thin paper setting means the rollers, it changes the pressure of the rollers to pull the paper through. And so if your printer has a thin paper setting, you probably can print this. If your printer has a back feed where you can feed like hand sheets of paper through there, it will probably print this. Some of the other printers will not like it. I'm just going to be honest. Thin paper, it works best on a thin paper printer setting. You could try changing the settings in your computer, and you can try changing them on the printer itself. Anyway, it is possible to get lovely prints of it, and then from there, it looks like a real document, whatever you want to do with it. So there's that one that I did last year. For these packs, we're going to start here. 15 sheets. Can you coffee dye it? You can. However, do not dip this in coffee dye. You want to lay these on a table or a cookie sheet and spray them with a spray bottle, or use a sponge or a rag and put the coffee on. When you dip this in coffee, the pressure of the coffee itself can tear it. You can try dipping it, but it works better to put it on a cookie sheet and just take a rag and dab the rag on, and then you've got coffee on it. I've done coffee dyeing of every little thing that you can possibly imagine. That works the best. So, are we good with it? I think we're good with it. Let's do it. I'm trying to keep the glare off of the camera, so I'm going to put it like that, sort of, kind of. If you have any type of glassine bags or glassine envelopes or super, super thin paper, if you're doing in mass outside or something, you can use a spray bottle. If you're just doing a couple sheets on a cookie sheet, or even your kitchen counter, if it's not going to stain, like my kitchen counter is granite, it's not going to stain it. So I can just lay the paper on the kitchen counter and then just dab it with some coffee on a sponge. If you have the kind of sponges, I don't really have those anymore. But just a rag or cloth or whatever will work that way. There's all kinds of things we can talk about with coffee dyeing. We're going to do the red ruled vintage onion skin. And this one, it is 15 sheets. 15 sheets. And we're going to do it. We're going to do it for, let's do it for 12. I know that was a really hard question. We're going to do it for $12. So I'm going to put that go in here in just a second. I'm going to have to do a spreadsheet. There's the go. You guys can claim as many of them as you would like. There should be roughly 37 or so packs of it. I don't remember. Let me try to figure this out quick. There were, let me figure how many packs. I do want to oversell it if it's a problem. My calculator, I need to get a better mouse in here so badly. Do I need to get a better mouse in here? Okay, there's probably 30-ish packs. So I'm going to do the spreadsheet for it. If you guys want to grab a drink or a break or whatever, it will take me a moment to do the spreadsheet. That's because there's a few names there. Okay, here we go. Yep, that's the right number of lines. Red ruled and skin. Oh, I don't want to put a number in there. Okay. And first person in me fight with my spreadsheet is Jane H. Jane H. Then we have Diana B. See, I told you I wouldn't let you guys all sit there and get nothing all night. I will offer something for everyone. I'm sorry. For right now, we are doing a little bit of like one-of-a-kind things. I promise we will return to normal programming soon. All of this stuff is sitting here and it needs to find a home. It's taking up space. So thank you guys for that. Jane, Diana, and Jody. And then I have Teresa. And then Tori. And Lena. Rhonda Baum. And then scrolling up, Mickey. And Mickey, you're saying any. Are you on the onion skin? Shauna D. Just making sure you're not lagging behind. Barbara. Otherwise, you're going to get a surprise on your invoice and your package. Barbara S. And Ricky. Catherine. After Catherine, Zelda. And Beth CZ. And after Beth, we've got Deborah K for 2. And if I read your name out, if you came in again to add a quantity, please tell me so that I can fix the list. Deborah K for 2. Deborah RM. Look at you guys coming in together. Susan L. Karen Jorg. Paula Drift. Okay. Nita. Almost missed you, Nita. Nita for 2. You were hiding. Rebecca P. I apologize for saying some people get really annoyed by that. Paula. Rebecca P for 2. Marcella B. Jane would like another. Perfect way to do that, Jane. 2. Perfect. Rose O. After Rose is Paula Dross. And then hi to every Paula. Mickey is yes. Okay. Karen Jorg would like a second. Perfect. And where are we? Right there. That's funny, Jane. And then Barbara asked for another one. Okay. I love it when you guys make me laugh while I'm doing my job. It's really helpful. So much better to have a good sense of humor and have a good night. Anyway, so I think we're good on that. We still should have a couple of packs if somebody rewatches. I will double check after I do the count, but we should have a couple packs left. Okay, there's the red ruled one. The next one is not red ruled, and it is not legal size, and it is not cockle finish. It is different all the way around. And there's also 20 sheets in this pack, so 20 instead of 15. But this one, again, I'm going to try to keep the glare off. This one, there's 20 in here. This is onion skin. There is a watermark in it. The watermark is just randomly throughout the page somewhere. It's like the paper was like on a big roll and then there was a watermark somewhere. So anyway, you've got a watermark in your paper. Do you see it down here? I'm hoping you guys are seeing it. There's the, my stomach is growling. There's the watermark. It is onion skin paper. You can run it through the printer and print on it. It is also nice just putting in a journal as a page, flopping around like that. People like the onion skin texture. A little crinkly. It's not tissue paper. It's nothing like tissue paper. It is definitely onion skin paper. However, this one is very transparent. If I put this one underneath, you can see pretty clearly what is under there. So that actually makes it a little more fun. You can, if you don't have a printer and you don't want to run it through the printer or your printer won't take it, you can stamp on it and create, you know, your own little masterpiece that way. Tim Holtz has stamps, especially if you're going to put it in a journal. I don't have it nearby, or I would show you which one, but he has a stamp set and it has two big scripty stamps and they're different. And that's the only stamps in there. It's two big scripty ones. They're like French scripty, and you can stamp that on each side and they're different. They're not the same. And then put that page in a journal. And then whatever it's going over, like if it's going over a floral image or it's going over whatever I have here, you'll see the scripty stamp over top of the image. So even if you cannot run it through your printer, it is nice to have on hand. I would copy dye some, sure. Just like I said, don't try dipping it in the bin. You might have a very frustrating afternoon if you do that. I think it's much easier to do it the other way. Also, if you spray it, you don't have to saturate the whole paper with coffee. Sometimes it's nice to have little spritzes of coffee. If you have any of Tim Holtz's sprays, you could do that and then stamp on it, or do it and then run it through your printer, depending on your printer. If your printer is super picky, don't spray it or copy dye and try to run it through. It just gets a little bit more bubbly after it gets wet. I like that look, but your printer doesn't like that. Okay. Street tacos. It does sound good. So we're going to do the 20 pack of onion skin paper. Vintage onion skin paper. This is regular paper size 8.5 by 11. Pack of 20. Oops. Yep, don't want to spell that word. I mean sheets. Pack of 20 sheets. And these are going to be, let's just do them for 12, even though there's 20. Let's do them for 12. So there's that one. The red ruled is nice for some projects, but honestly, you wouldn't want it for every project, I don't think. I can see, you know, the red. I'm really picky about it. If there's even a pink line in a piece of ledger paper and I don't want pink in the journal, I won't use that piece of ledger paper. Not everybody's like that, but anyway, so I'm going to do another list now. Another minute. Okay. This is vintage onion skin paper pack. And that's all we're going to call that. And apparently Sydney is the devil. that's what Jane is saying. That is not what I'm saying. Jane H is in first, and she would like 2 packs. Then Teresa, and I'm just going to say again, Teresa, I really do need first name in there. It's what everybody has to do, and it's like I'm remembering you right now tonight, but I promise you my brain isn't that strong. I won't. It's not that you're forgettable. It's that there are so many things in my brain. My brain only has so much space, and it keeps pushing other things out. So if you could please put your name in every time, that would be helpful to me. Okay, and plus there's someone else trying to keep track of everything that's selling, and it's hard for them also. Okay, so Jane H and Teresa both got 2. Then Tori's gonna get 2. And on this one, I think we have like 100 packs, literally. So we're good. If you guys want more than 1, you're all good. Then we have Mickey for 2. Perfect. And then Jody M. Perfect. Thank you guys. Cece. Hello, Cece. And Deborah K. Deborah K would like 2. And I want to point this out too. Next week is the last week of this sales cycle. Next week, there will be a bonus sale day next week. And I'm going to start doing that from now on so that we'll talk about that here in a minute. But anyway, let me do the list. But don't let me forget to tell you. Deborah K for 2. I need to pull it together. Christine B for 1. And Grace's Christine B, still the name. I'm just going to tell everyone every time. We still have to have the first and last name. It's just fair that way for everybody. And everybody gets put on the list correctly when they use their correct name. So Christine, Ricky, Rose, Paula Dross, and then Rhonda Baum. And then Catherine R. Oh, yes. And Deborah RM. After Deborah, Karen Jorg. And then Beth CZ. Rebecca Key, and she would like 2. And then Watermark. I do love watermarks. That's why I try to show you guys them with my phone. It doesn't really work that well sometimes, but I try. I really like holding them up to the light or the sun in a window, and then I really can see them. And I'm trying to figure out, like, I was playing around. You'll see in the video tomorrow. I was playing around with chapstick. You'll see why. But I think when you find a nice watermark in a piece of paper you would like, if you rub chapstick and kind of massage it in the paper, the oil kind of brings out the watermark. So I'm playing around with ideas of how to make those watermarks show more in my journals when I use the old papers. Catherine, I got you for 2. Ruth, I did not see you. Let me go up and make sure that I didn't just miss you entirely. You're before the go, and I'm going to put you on the list. But thank you for bringing that to my attention. Coffee rings are fun, Cece. I see you up there now. Sorry, Ruth. You're just right above it. But I have plenty. So you're on there. And then we got Allison. Allison R. The dog is offended. Oh my gosh. Another red ruled pack for Catherine. So you have 2 on the red ruled and 2 on the regular. Perfect. Baby lotion. I was thinking some kind of oil like that. We're going to have to play more though, because if oil will work like that, then maybe I can add some color to it. We're playing. Maybe just copy dyeing it will make it come out. I haven't seen it, but I actually haven't copy dyed one of the antique French legal documents with a watermark. So I don't know. I'm playing. We'll find it. We'll find the solution to show them. Thank you guys very much for those. One regular for you, Shauna D. Beeswax was my original thing, but I have a hard time with wax in Arizona. Let me get Shauna D on this list. I live in Arizona, as do you, and if we use beeswax and then like I have to ship a journal to someone in the summertime, I worry, even with oil, but not as much, I worry that the wax will get melty and then make a big, huge mess in the journal. So I try not to use like wax seals, wax anything, just because I live in a place that's not conducive to that. No, you're not. You're not being a pain, Ruth. I have plenty, and I'm just happy to correct it. So Ruth Ruth C has 3 packs. I do have them. I have like 100 packs of the normal. We stocked up because we found a deal on the vintage, and you can barely find the vintage. So awesome, guys. Thank you very much. Let me take care of these, and then we'll get the ledger page pack out. We'll do all the packs at once and get them out of the way. All right. There's like humongous bins of paper packs, and it makes me so happy. You guys are going to love this ledger pack. I'm telling you right now, you're going to love it. I don't share these ledgers with you guys ever. I hoard them. They are for me, but this time I did share them. Supposedly beeswax does not transfer. Well, I have beeswax little beads, and I can tell you if I go on vacation and I come back home, they're all a solid piece of wax. So, because I turn my AC off when I am on vacation, or at least way up. And even if it's like 80 something, 85 in here, it will harden that. So I just am worried about it. Just worried about it. Okay, here we go. Really? Well, only when I go on vacation and I turn the air way up, maybe. Because all my candles do it too. So we found out the hard way. Anyway, because I think we set it at like maybe 87 or 85 one time, and everything was melted when we came home, which was super fun to clean up. Anyway, are you guys ready to see the ledger pages? Let me see if I'm ready to show you the ledger pages. They've kind of scooted in their little baggies. So these are the ledger pages that I don't share with you guys. I had one book of this a very long time ago. And a very long time ago, I sold some pages out of it. But that was years ago. These are the most recent books. And I thought about hoarding them. They've been in there for months. Like probably 5 months, 6 months. In my hoard room. And I was like, no, I want them. I don't want to share them. And then I was like, well, if you love them that much, you probably should share them with other people who will also love them that much. So then we did. Okay. So you have 2 different ledgers that have been taken apart. 2 different ledgers. A big one and a small one. The pages are slightly different color, but not really. You guys are seeing why I hoard them. Because of that. Really, that's why I hoard them. They're super fancy, super lovely ledger pages. Anyway, we're going to share them tonight. These are both folios. This one will always have some little holes in the middle of the folio. This one will probably also have holes in the middle of the folio. It does. And this one I need to set to the side anyway. But this one I'm going to measure both of these. Let's open another one. So some of them have little coffee dyed. No, this one. See right here? This one has little rust. It kind of looks like coffee dye. Little rusted paper spots. And I want to show you because some people will be like, oh, my paper's damaged or whatever. So the way that these ledgers were put together is they had staples, big, massive staples. So they weren't sewn in with string. They were stapled, both of them. This one, the larger one, is rusty. The small one is not. But I want to point it out to you because like this guy here, he doesn't have much rust. He doesn't have much rust, but some, probably the majority, have some rust on them. What does that mean? It means that your paper has natural rust marks. That's all. But I want to point it out because somebody's going to be like, why did you send me these pages? So they're there. The big one is mostly crossed, not all, but mostly crossed. However, the handwriting is super, super nice. Super nice. The small one is not crossed and is equally nice. Equally nice. Here's another one. There is some purple, some black, but you get folios. Normally, a folio is kind of like per page is kind of expensive. And when I share the ones with the blue like this, the last time I did was a few years, probably 2 or 3-ish years ago, and I only had one book of it. So this is, in all my time doing French things, I've only had 3 ledgers that had the blue fancy writing up here, fancy headers. So I probably had close to maybe 500 ledgers in all my time doing this, and I've had 3 with blue. So I don't think they're very common. And if we were going to do a farm journal again or whatever, something with that needed blue in it, I would definitely be using these pages. The dates on the small one is 1919, 1920, and this one is 1910. So the bigger one is older. They all do have nice headers, though. Nice handwritten headers and nice blue headers. Even here, they're going to have nice headers, which I like. The handwriting is nice throughout them, and the paper quality is good for journal pages. You're only getting, like I opened 2 sets here, so I don't want to confuse anyone. You're getting one of the large folio and one of the small folio. Yours may or may not have rust on it. I do not know. It's just going to be a random pack. Do you care? Do you care if it has rust? Because if you do, this pack may not be for you. But the rust isn't like, it's not going to come off on your hand. It's not, there's nothing there. It's just there was rusty staples, and the staples put some rust marks on the paper. There are people who actually try purposely to make rusty look paper. So there we go. We're doing them. And I would say buy as many as you want because I will not have them again. I don't have unlimited because I only took apart the 2 ledgers because that's all we have. These are, how am I going to call this? Blue, antique French, blue header ledger folio 2-pack. It is 4 pages, just so you know. And we're going to do them for, I'm going to do them for $28. Whatever isn't claimed here will probably go to Etsy. So there are some people who watch, but they, for whatever reason, would prefer to purchase in Etsy. Whatever is left of this will go to Etsy, just so you guys know. There are certain ledgers that are already listed in Etsy as folio page packs, and these will go there as well. All right, so the list for this one. The list for this one. It starts with, I'm gonna, well, she says Sydney. So Sydney, and she would like 3. Then Linda RB. See, people do know that the rust is good. The rust is actually probably more desirable than non-desirable, but you know, I never know. I just want to explain it. Okay, I have Sydney for 3, Linda RB, Anne A, Kimberly C, and I need to abbreviate these to not mess up the system. There we go. Okay, Kimberly C, Paula D. See, there's the other Paula. Paula D, and she would like 2. I took apart 2 whole ledgers, so there is a lot of these packs at the moment. Paula D. Then we have Teresa M. Perfect. Then we have Rose O. And I do want to talk to you guys for a minute after we do this item. And it's not the end, but I do want to talk to you guys. Rose O. I will try to be brief. You guys know that that's hard for me. Rose O. Christine B. Ruth C. And she would like 3. And then Rhonda Baum. If you guys are scanning these to turn into digitals, I do recommend a couple of packs just to make sure you get pages that you're happy with to create your kit. Rhonda Baum, Deborah K for 2. Whenever you guys are going to scan something, I always tell you to get 2 just to make sure, because sometimes there's a big mark somewhere, you don't like it, whatever. If you get 2 packs, you usually get a pretty good scan from there. Terry B, thank you. Catherine, oops, thank you. CC, thank you. Marcella B, thank you. Oh, she would like 2. And then Lena. And Tori, Jenny T, Barbara S for 2, Karen Jorg, Sherry M, and she would like 2. Hello, Sherry. Hello, everyone I didn't say hello to. And after Sherry, Shauna D, and she would like 2. I did ship a big bunch of international packages today, Shauna, and yours might have been in there. Shauna D, I don't remember. The size. Yeah, that would have been good to know. Thank you for reminding me to do my job. The size on the small one is 7.5 by 11 3/4. So that's almost like an A4. The big one is 15, almost 15 1/4 by 10, almost. There's the size. Okay. Sorry about that. Sarah W, and she would like 2 packs. Paula Dross. Did I not get you yet? Paula Dross. And Margaret L. Jan C. Perfect. Rust is okay. It's good. Linda would like 2. We've got Linda for 2. Danny, I swear I didn't see you. Danny, I will add you to the list. I have plenty, so it's okay. Do you just want 1? Tell me what you need. Okay. Put Jane P. Okay, that's fixed. Jane P. They do come in that pack that I pulled it off because I didn't want you guys to see the glare, but they do come folded. The big one is folded in half and the small one comes not folded. That's just the way they fit in the packs better. So the big one is folded in half. Barbara asks for another one, and then I think we're good. Let me find Barbara. So Barbara for 3 total. Oop, Betty's there. Hello, Betty. Betty N. Perfect. I did not call Peggy. I don't know what happened. I'm going to go back and look now because I'm curious. Peggy would like 2. Beth CZ. Danny would like 2. Deborah RM, I thought I did get you for 3. No, I did not. I'm going to have to scroll back up. Let me make sure you're not on here. I'm going to scroll up because if it's missed that section or I missed that section, we're in trouble. Deborah RM for 3. Evelyn, apparently I missed a whole big section of people. Evelyn, I put you on for 1. Let me know if you want more. Zelda, I didn't see you either. I don't know what's happening, but Zelda's on there for 2 now. Guys, let me know if you didn't hear me call your name. Let me know. Zelda for 2. Evelyn, I gave you 1. Do you want more? Okay, so let me scroll up and see what happened because there's a big section missing. Did I get Christine B? Yes, I did get Christine B. You guys are all not here. Like literally not in the list on my side. So Evelyn says 2. Let me check YouTube quick. Because of the situation that happened on Tuesday, I did make some security changes to the way that YouTube works. Oh my gosh. The way that YouTube works for me. So let me just make sure, are you guys in YouTube? Do you guys see them on the list in YouTube? I don't see you guys in the list on YouTube either. It's not a problem. I'm just curious as to what happened. No, they're gone. The whole big bunch of you are not there. Interesting. Well, so you might see yourself, but we're not seeing you here. That's terrible. Okay, so if you guys want me to change anything for these, let me know. Let's see. We have like 25 minutes. You're going to have to pay attention to your names because if it doesn't show me your name, I have no way of knowing that you wanted one. I do my best to call the names in the order that they're there, but sometimes, we are using YouTube for something it's not meant to be used for. Sometimes there is errors. It's all right, Christine, you're fine. I just put the reminder out there. It's not, I'm not upset or anything. It's just, I'm trying to be fair and get everybody to do the same thing. And it also helps because, there's someone else helping me out now. And I need to make sure that we're all on the same page. And while I might know who you are, they don't know who you are. And so we're just trying to keep it as simple as possible with first and last name. And I do, just in case you're worried about security, I do take down the chat when this is over. And the only thing they can get by watching is me saying your first name and your last initial. I do try to abbreviate your name or whatever I can to keep it straight. But don't worry about it. You're fine. Everybody's fine. Nobody's upset. Nobody's in trouble. Okay. Let me do a couple more items so that we can get closer to the end. I'll talk for just a few minutes on some stuff I want to change and do, and then we'll be good tonight. I do have some of these. I keep saying and I'm supposed to quit doing that. I want to show you guys these. There's actually 3. What do I want to do tonight? There's a couple of things. So I'm going to show you a ledger. It's a pretty awesome ledger. So this is a ledger. It has a leather cover. It has bolts right here and here so that when you flip the book over, these keep the book flat on your desk. They're like little feet, like at the bottom of your purse, how you have little feet. These are like little feet like that. It has big brass corners, top and bottom. And it has an amazingly cool brass hinge. This is a very old ledger. It looks like this. It does have an ink stain or something right here. This is its spine. You can see it's a big guy. His spine is in good condition. It's actually pretty good condition overall. It is very old. These are the feet on the back. These are the brass things on the back. You can see, yes, there's a scratch. There's scratches here. You could put leather conditioner on this. I think it really needs it because as leather gets antique and old, it starts to get more suede-y and fall off, and leather conditioner might help with that. So you might try leather conditioner if you're going to get this and keep it. So there's that. There's the hinge again with the papers, and we open it up. This is a big heavy ledger. I do have ledger boxes already ready to go, so there's no delay with that this time. And we are at 12.5 inches wide by 16.75 long. Okay, big ledger. Inside, this is how the hinge works. It just flips down, goes over that pin, flips down. It works. It's good. We open this guy up. I'm trying to show you. He has a ledger label over there. It's dated 1894. 1894. And I do have books that I'm setting the lid on, the cover. It has massive, massive pages of ledger paper that I would make a dress out of and wear it. It is, the paper that the legal documents are written on? It's that paper. It's fabulous antique French paper. So it does have some writing here and a whole list of names. Over here, it's got writing. It's very hard to show because it's super big and heavy. I'm going to leave it propped up over there, and we're going to focus our attention over here. So 1894. You hear it. Bunches and bunches of names and signatures. Down here at the bottom of this one, there's bunches and bunches of names and signatures. More names and signatures here. It's dated on this page 1895. It's an S, so I'm assuming it's a 95. Names and signatures. These are all signatures. These are all signatures. Over here, you have the same thing. Signatures. And it goes like this for a while. Look at this handwriting, though. It's so pretty. Again, fancy handwriting. You've got fancy handwriting down here. Fancy handwriting. And we are on page 10. We are on page 12. Page 14. I'm going to skip a few quick. You've got some ephemera in here. A nice tax stamp. I mean, This paper, I have never had a ledger full of this paper. I've had a book full of legal documents with this paper, but I've never had a ledger with this paper. Like, it's super thick and good. Here's one that doesn't have much writing. Then we're back to writing. Look at that. Tons of beautiful writing. So I'm skipping ahead, and now we get to here and here, and it's purple. And then we get to blank. The blank is blue lined, hand stenciled numbers, blue lines, and it is just lovely, lovely, lovely paper. And we're on page 48. I don't know if you guys can see. We're on page 48. So 1 through 47 written, 48 through 600 blank. Maybe not 600. 582. 582. I can't even hold them. So this paper is paper that is very, very different than a normal ledger paper. It is every bit legal document paper. If you've ever bought a French legal document from me, do I have one handy? I can see it, but if I pull it out, I'll probably tear it. I folded it. If you've ever bought a legal document from me that looks like this paper is this paper. It is the same paper. It feels the same. It pets the same. It has the same tooth. Anyway, I'm sure if I hold up my phone to this, there's probably a watermark in here. I didn't look at it, but anyway, that's what it is. It's mostly blank, but it's fabulous. So anyway, you're going to get that amazing cover. And then if you want to do art in here or something like that, this paper is honestly too good for art, but maybe your art is better than mine and you can justify it. But it is fabulous. If you take the pages out of this, which is probably what I would do, I would definitely be repurposing this cover because of the latch and the cool brass things and whatever. It's in good enough condition. But yeah, that's what it is. So I was so very tempted to take this one apart. And because of the page size, you can cut the pages in half and then run them through the printer. So I was very tempted to take this one apart and do some prints for you guys on it because of the paper quality. But I decided that I needed to leave it like it is and at least offer it one time. So that's what I'm doing. When you get it, you can pet it and you can tell me that you agree. It's just wonderful. Anyway, we're going to do it. I don't know if you guys want to look at the paper or you want to look at the cover, but there it is. The only thing I really see is there is something here in a little pit mark. I don't know if it will clean off. I didn't try. My baby wipe thing is dry now, so I have no idea. When the stuff comes to me, I don't clean it. I don't do anything. You can see it does have some marks on it. Scratches or cuts or I don't know what. Maybe somebody cut something up here. I think you could get leather conditioner and pretty much take care of most of this. But it is what it is. Here we go. This is an 1890, what did it say? 1894. 1894 leather brass cover, French wool ledger. It's 580 pages and 47 are written on. All right. I will be sad if I look through my notes and see how much I pay for this guy. We discussed the paper when I bought it, and that's why I bought it. We're going to do him for... I'm going to do him for 700. He has 580 pages in him. And that cover, I'm not kidding you, that is a very fabulous cover. You guys have seen me have a lot of different ledgers over the time. This one is different. It's different than the usual ones. So if somebody wants him, go ahead and come in for him. My mom has her hands tucked in. Okay. We're going to go to the next one after Sydney's comment, and that is Linda RB. Linda RB. Okay. So when you get a ledger, if I can fit all of your other purchases inside of your package with your ledger, I will. Sometimes, just so you guys know, sometimes I put fragile things, or if you have like 1 or 2 paper packs, I will put them inside the cover of your ledger just because they ship more protected that way and it doesn't impact your ledger. But if you have a lot, then it'll be packed around it. But I will try my best to get it into one box for you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you saving me from having to take it apart. It was a hard decision, I'm telling you. Thank you, Linda. All right, so there's that guy out of here. Then, did we do this one? I don't know if we did these. But this guy was, I have 2 of these. Okay, so I have 2 very, very expensive ones. You have seen them before. This guy was sold. Then the person did not pay their invoice. So I have this one. And I also have this one. Oh my goodness. And I have this one. Both of these have vellum animal skin covers. We're going to do the tall one first. So there's this is a tall skinny, and it's super exaggerated tall skinny. And then this is like a normal huge ledger, size ledger. We're going to look at the tall skinny very quickly. You guys have seen him before, so I will be brief about it, but he needs to find a home. He actually starts here. It is an animal skin vellum over top of super thick rag paper cardstock cover. This is close to what I would describe like a straw paper, and then it's got a whiter color on the inside, so it's got like, I don't know, book cover, end paper. Here's where it starts. We go through like this. I did this one. This one I did a long time ago, and that's when it was sold. Then the most recent one is the big one I showed next to this. All the way through this guy, he's like a last chance. All the way through him, he has beautiful written on pages. Beautiful written on pages. I will tell you the date. He is absolutely stunning. He starts in 1777. 1777. And back here in the back, he goes to 1788. He is a 1700s ledger. He is stunning and beautiful. You can cut him up and make amazing things out of him. You can scan him. His pages are massive. You're going to cut them into chunks because they're too big to use any other way. If you can find a purpose for this, making a massive journal, you have to show us. 8 inches wide, and I think it's 21 inches long. So 8 inches by 21 inches. It's massive. And so right now you've got like the title and the little entries here, but in the back, they're all full of details. In the margins, you have these little initials on a lot of the pages, and you also have some that have like little insignias. I'm not really sure what those initial things are for. See, like this guy? I don't know. I don't know what they're for, unfortunately. Like even this one here. They're different, and I don't know why. But, so you have that kind of section in the back. And then we get to like regular entries here. Well, there's still some of those little insignia, monogram, whatever there. And then this part up here. I haven't looked it up, but it's massive. Anyway, and then it does, but this is French. So we're going to type this in. This is a last chance one. This guy, he said 1777, full French ledger. Does he have numbered pages? They're dated, and I think they are numbered. Are they double numbered or single numbered? They're single numbered. It looks like he has 156, 178. I don't know. They're folded over right there. You guys can maybe see 178 pages, roughly. 178 super long pages. So if I realistically was going to use this, it's 8 inches across. It's 8 inches across. It's 21 long. I'm just going to cut it 8 by 10 or 8 by 11 and use it like a sheet of paper. But I'm going to get easily 2 out of every one of these pages. So keeping that in mind. All right, I'm doing it. I won't cry about it. This was his tag. That was his tag. The other one was this. So, okay, we're doing it. I have to make some space for things. So it went in for 1,800. So I'm going to take this, throw it in the trash. He will go for 1,800. You could take him apart and sell just pages. I mean, each individual entry is dated, which is also rare because normally, like, a ledger might have a date at the top, and then it would have like the days of the month down the page if we were lucky. Sometimes it has the days, but it doesn't have the year. If you're selling pages, having the date on each individual page is very helpful. I'm probably going to be taking him apart and cutting him up so that I can put him into packs into Etsy. But when I cut things up and kind of like divide it, the price is usually double because I have to charge enough to cover manual labor and whatever to do it. So if I'm cutting him up, he's going to go into packs. He will be in with other 1700s documents, and they won't be inexpensive packs. I have sold these pages or similar sized pages from 1700 for $60 a page. So keeping that in mind, 60 times 170, which is really 60 times like 90, I can get $5,000 out of this book. I know that sounds obnoxious, but that's what happens here. So we're just going to leave him and I'm going to cut him up. I'm going to cut him up. You guys won't see him like this. You'll see him cut up. I have a lot of really nice covers that I need to do something with. So for the moment, he is still available at 1,800. If he stays that way, he will be put into packs. We probably won't recognize him when he comes back through. Because I'm going to cut the pages like this so that I can get them to fit. Dibs on the cover. I have a lot of covers I don't know what to do with. All right, so there's that one. The bigger one, and then we're done because we're running out of time. The bigger one is like this. His cover's got speckles of ink. He's got some stains. It says it is a gigantic ledger of commerce, and it's book number A. It is animal skin vellum over a hardboard cover. The signatures are sewn into it. It starts right here. Remember this page? That's how it starts. It's the large book of Commerce, something, Republic of France. So it's old because Republic of France. And it is dated 1796. 1796. This one has amazing rag paper, almost cardstock papers. It is very similar. It came from a similar place, albeit at different time points. My stomach is super growly right now. I do apologize. Super big, nice bunches of rag paper. Thick rag paper. He's written in, he's kind of separating here. He's begging me to take him apart is what he's doing. When I see this, I'm like, snip, snip, snip. Let's take him apart. Okay, so he is written in, oh, nope, his numbers start over again. I don't like it when they do that because then I have no way of knowing. Well, where does it start and stop? Right here. He's written on, I can't find where it starts and stops. It starts and stops right here. Oh my gosh. I think he's written on like 100 pages and then the rest of him is blank. But when I say 100, I'm pretty sure it's single numbered. So in a normal ledger, it's written on 200 pages, but these are single numbered pages and it does go to 100. And then we have fabulous blank rag paper. And I would hope that you guys could see the texture. You guys can. See the texture? I'll hold it as still as I can. That texture is the rag paper and the way it was laid on the screens when they picked up the little fibers. And you can see how there's a chunky fiber in here. And that's the way it was made. Super, super old paper. And you've got a bunch of blank. And then the index. And this index goes backwards if I remember. Yes, it does. It starts here with A and then goes backwards to Z. Interesting. Very, very interesting. The paper color is kind of a light blue. This is a big guy, though. I don't think I measured him. Did I measure him? I did. My brain is tired. It's 11 and a quarter-ish. 11 by 17. Basically 11 by 17, which is a really good size of paper. Nice watermark in it. Even here, look, there's like a bumpy in the paper. It's like where the rag didn't quite get small enough. Anyway, that's that guy. And we're going to do it. Because we've got to end this. Antique French ledger, whole, and I don't remember the date. It was like 1790 or 1796. I don't know. I don't remember. But we're going to do him. Does it not tell me on this title page? And look at the hearts. Like, they're super cute. I don't know what's up with the hearts, but there's hearts in there. The date is 1796. I remembered something. So for him, tonight and tonight only, we are going to do him for $1,500. That is a $900 price difference. And there he goes. If somebody wants him, otherwise he can stay here and I'll do something with him eventually. I do have piles and piles of stuff left because we've been doing one of a kind things. There's a GAC and a GA. Oh, there is a C up there at the top too. There's one upside down there and one right side down. So they're kind of like pointing to each other. Fashion mags. Do you want the fashion mags I did on Tuesday, or do you want different fashion mags? Because if you want different ones, they'll be next week. They're here and they're packed, but I'm going to put 1,500. And if you rewatch and you want him for 1,500, there he is. I do want to chat. I'm going to flip the camera back around though so I can talk to you. Fashion mags from last week. I can add you to the list. Did you see them? I can add you to the list if you want to be added. I am going to talk briefly about a couple of things. Don't get into trouble. You know where to find me. I mean, there are some watchers that watch later, especially on Thursday night, because it's not my normal night and they have other things to do. They'll spend Tuesday with me, but Thursday they have plans or something. So I'm just saying, some people don't get to shop on Thursdays live, but then they shop later. So I don't know, but we'll see. What is on my mouse? A ledger? Cool. You didn't see them. Okay. Let me talk so that everyone doesn't have to wait, and let me get this done, the talking bit, and then I will show you those quick. Okay? So anyone who wants to stay and have those added, I actually could show, I'm going to show them again next week. So just hang on and I'll show those again next week. But let me get this camera flipped around so I can do this part and then we can call it good. So first of all, I do have a skunk stripe on my head. I am aware. The lady who dyes my hair is, she had a family emergency, so she had to miss our appointment. And so now I have to wait till Saturday. So I'm close. I'm close to not having a skunk stripe. Anyway, if you wait for the fashion magazines, I promise to do them. The things I wanted to talk to you about are, on Tuesday night, we had a situation where there were trolls that came in and they were saying obscene things and kind of disrupting the live and being obnoxious. And it was just like, we counted over 70 different accounts that they instantly created to continue to do this. It is a problem with people in the junk journal community who are unhappy and they have some other issues going on in their life where they're choosing to do these kinds of things to other people. I have changed the security settings on the channel, as well as added additional regular moderators here to kind of pick up some of that problem. If it happens again, we will deal with it as much as we can. Sometimes there's only so much you can do when YouTube has allowed them to create account instantly. Basically, it's bots, and there's a way to pay to do this to frustrate other people. You guys said that somebody else did it, or they went from me to someone else. That is unfortunate. The people who are doing it are just, there's a lot of unhappiness in the world, and there's a lot of people who have issues, and sometimes they don't act appropriately, and that was what happened on Tuesday. I apologize for those of you who saw those messages, who had to sit through it and read those messages. I read them as much as I could after the fact, but they were saying some pretty terrible things in there. It wasn't anything specific. It was just bad words and obscene things that no one here would ever want to hear about. And so I just want to again apologize for that. I will have taken every step I can, and we will continue to take those steps. The other thing I would like to talk to you guys about is adding an additional sale to the second week. So this was concluding the first week of sales for this cycle. Next week is the last week of sales for this cycle, meaning I will sell Tuesday and Thursday of next week, and then I will begin shipping. You will get an invoice for this week, Tuesday and Thursday, sometime next week. It might be this weekend, but it will more than likely be next week when you get your invoice. After you get that invoice, you need to pay that invoice to continue to shop. If I have a sale on Tuesday and you didn't get an invoice yet, you can shop, it's fine. But I would like to keep people from getting behind as much as I can. So you'll have an invoice by Thursday. So Thursday, you just need to make sure that you're current on your invoices before you're shopping. I'm not talking about any specific person. It's nothing personal. It's just overdoing this from years. I've seen people fall behind and fall further behind. And so we do need to keep the invoices paid as much as we can. Obviously, if you didn't get an invoice, then you can't pay an invoice. And so I am trying to get them out as fast as I can, but we do need, I have found that I do need to do all of the sorting and double checking before I send your invoice, because I would hate to invoice you for something that either there was an error or I ran out of or something like that. It hasn't happened much, but I don't want to have to invoice you for something and then not know it's in your bin. I want to know it's in your bin and then invoice you. So that was the kind of little bit of invoicing change. So you should expect it next week. Next week, when I sell Tuesday and Thursday, I want to add an additional sale in there. Maybe Friday, maybe Wednesday. I'm not sure. It probably will be Wednesday. But the reason why I want to add it is, like I sold the onion skin paper tonight and it was $12. Some people so far this cycle have only purchased like one little thing. It costs a lot of money to ship one little thing. And I have bins and bins of packaged, ready to go other material that I can sell in the sale, the bonus sale, that you can add to your existing packages. It may be things that you've missed out on last month or the month before, or maybe you got one and you'd like another one. But there's things that are ready to go that can quickly be added to other people's orders, so that shipping isn't costing $9 when you bought a pack of onion skin paper. Because realistically, sometimes it costs like $8, $9 to ship something ridiculously light just because of your location. So I'm trying my best to make it work. So I think we're going to add it probably on Wednesday of next week. And it's just going to be whatever I have ready that we can do and add to your bins quickly. I will do some new stuff that is sitting behind me that we didn't get to Tuesday or Thursday this week. Hold on. We have a question. What is this? If your invoice is above your daily limit, Kate has a workaround. Right. If you ever need me to split your invoice into two different invoices, or make it there's a button I can push that allows you to pay your invoice and break it up however you want to break it up. So if you ever need me to change the way that your invoice is set up, you just need to text me and let me know that. There are some times where life happens and life gets in the way and you might need longer to pay an invoice. All I will say is I want to keep it where if you're not paid up on your invoice that you don't shop, just because throughout the history I've seen that not go well. But in any event, if something happens and you need me to break up your invoice into payments, if you need a payment plan, we can do that. The only thing is once you go on a payment plan, things are changed from then on out. You can continue to shop, but it can't just be a free for all. It has to be kind of an agreed upon limit, if you will. And I don't want to be a banker and I don't want to be a debt collector. So I would prefer not to have to do that. But I'm just saying, if we rack up a big invoice and then I have to spread that invoice out over 6 or 9 or 12 months, when that is paid and you begin shopping again, things are a little bit different. We don't want to go from 0 to 100. We want to start slow and make sure that things are going well. And I always, I like to sell the stuff and I like to share the stuff, but it isn't fun for me if people are getting themselves into trouble. I hate that. I stress about it. I don't sleep at night. I don't want that to happen. I would much rather not sell something than sell something where it's going to hurt someone else in some way that I'm not aware of because I'm through the computer. So all of that said, you will get invoiced every week. It will just be a little bit behind so that I can sort your things out. in the second sale week, I will be adding a Wednesday sale. Let's just call it that. And it's for bonus add-on things. If I have something like clearance or sale or something like that, we're going to put that into Wednesday. I will try to bring some new things so it's not completely boring old stuff either. But usually when I bring things back, you guys like them and you buy them, probably because you've already gotten them once before and you know what they are or something like that. But that's what we're planning on doing. And the idea was by the second week, right before the last sale, you would know basically how much you've spent. And you can think in your head, well, if I only have one thing and it's, say $15, shipping's going to be 8 or 9. Do I want to just ship one thing for 8 or $9? Or do I want to ship 8 things for $12? Do you know what I mean? And I shouldn't think about your shipping charges because, and just bear with me for a moment. I shouldn't think about your shipping charges because it bogs me down and it makes me, because I know I wouldn't want to pay $9 to ship something that's $12. It doesn't matter how heavy it is. I still wouldn't want to pay $9 to ship something that's $12. I think about it. I stress about it. I hold your packages into a bin and then message you and ask you, or if I have time, or I at least put it to the side and ask you if you want to wait and combine. And it's just creating havoc here because things need to all move at the same pace and in the same order. And so to rest my conscience, at least I will have come on and offered a slew of things that you could add to an order that's not much money, or, lower price paper packs, whatever, to kind of ease up my consciousness. Or because sometimes it's hard to get things here. Sometimes you try to claim and you don't get it. So maybe adding another day where there's more things available, you'll get something and it'll make it worthwhile. I don't know. I stress about it. Everyone tells me I don't need to stress about it, but I do stress about it. I'm still in that in between where everyone's like, no, you're a business. Do you think scrapbook.com stresses about it when they charge $8.95 to ship blending foams? Do you think do you think any other company stresses about a 9 or 10 or whatever minimum shipping charge they charge to ship a sticker? They don't care. But I'm still a human being. I'm not just a faceless business. I'm still a human being and I still care about it. So anyway, it's not me, like, I'm not trying to say I'm a super thoughtful. I'm trying to say I worry about it. And I'm trying to figure out how to mitigate that in a reasonable way that will work for you guys and will work here. Like I used to just save all the less than $50 orders and put them in a separate bin or separate area of bins. And then I would message those customers and ask them. Well, some of them don't read their emails, or some of them didn't get a message. And then they would angrily message me, why didn't you ship my thing? And so it was just always kind of like a hard thing. And then I even at one point said, I just won't do less than $50 orders because shipping is so much and nobody's happy that way. And then they don't pay invoices because shipping is too much. And I really have struggled with the smaller orders and trying to make it work. And everyone who's advising me is like, well, they know what they bought. They know, like, they wouldn't have bought it. So you don't need to worry about it. Anyway, I'm trying my best. So we'll see how it works this week or next week. We'll see how it works and we'll go from there. Do you guys remember like unpaid order night? I'm hoping to do something kind of similar to that night too, where we do some bundles, or, like I have one of a kind, or not one of a kind, I have orphan stuff here and I'll put it together in a bundle. So I am trying to do a little bit of the, fun kind of things, different kind of things that night. We're going to try it. We're going to see how it works out. You guys can let me know. You will let me know. And then we'll move forward. I just hate because sometimes, if I came here and it was my first time here and I bought something that was small, and USPS is saying, even for like the smallest, lightest thing, USPS might say $6. And it's like, do you want to pay $6 for, I don't know what it is, a pack of perfume labels that doesn't even weigh 1 ounce? but that's what USPS charges because it's a package. It can't go in an envelope because they no longer allow that. If it's merchandise, it's a package. It just, I don't understand why shipping has to be that way. Because lots of people send a letter that weighs more than 1 ounce for less than $7. So why can't I ship perfume labels that are less than 1 ounce for less than $7? I don't know. They just know it's a business and they do what they do. Anyway, that's what's happening. Thank you guys for listening to me. Thank you guys for joining me for tonight. Thank you for all of your support. I do want to call out a couple of people on Tuesday for leaving some very nice comments and for leaving some tips for me. And so I would like to call you guys out on Tuesday. It'll always be, all of my lives are at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. When you guys have a time change, because I'm in Arizona, we don't have a time change. When you guys have a time change, I think it's November, beginning of November, my time here will change, but your time will not change. Is that right? Yes, maybe. I think that's right. I don't know. I'll figure the time change for living in Arizona for most of my life. The time change is a constant struggle. I'm always trying to figure out what time it is in New York and count backwards. That's the way my brain works. We never have time change, so you will have to bear with me, but it's always 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Unless it's 7 p.m. when you have time change. I don't know. I'll have to figure that out. It might be 7 p.m. when you have time change. I don't know. Maybe it stays 6 and it just changes for me and it goes from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. I think that's what's happening. I'll check it. I can never figure out the time change. Never. And it is super like, I'm old enough I should know, but I can't figure it out. I don't know why. There is no journal kit at the present time. And when we do a journal kit next, it will be Christmas because by the time I can get one rolled out to you, that's what I talked about in the beginning. It will be a Christmas journal kit. I don't know why we have to have time change in America. It doesn't really make sense to me. I don't know why we have it. I think they're talking about getting rid of it, which, I mean, for me, that would be great. But I don't know about you guys. And how does it work? You guys tell me right now, how does it work when every morning you set your alarm to get up at like 6 a.m. and you now have to wake up an hour, like from one night to the next, you have to wake up an extra hour early because you have to work an hour early? Like, isn't everyone just late for work after the time change? Because no one's alarm would like does it change? I don't know. I don't know how it works. Are you all late for work the morning of time change or early accidentally for work? It's really, because you just instantly lose an hour of sleep. How can you do that? You're from Arizona and always confused. I know it's hard for us. It's really hard for us because we've never had to do it. The phone changes. I get that, but your brain won't change. You'll lose an hour. So don't you just all oversleep? I don't know. I know the fall back and spring forward. I finally got that part, but that's as far as it went. And you lost an hour's pay. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Aw. Like jet lag, kind of. That's terrible. For work overnights, I bet. I bet. I don't know. I can't do it. I just can't do it. Mm-mm. I can't have sleep interrupted like that. It doesn't happen. If I want to function that day, I have to have set number of hours of sleep, and it's between 4 and 6. If I get less than 4, you don't want to be around me. And if I get more than 6, you still don't want to be around me. I have a perfect sweet spot of 4 to 6 hours of sleep. Any more than that, I feel groggy all day, like you're sick or you took like Dayquil or NyQuil or whatever. And any less than that, I'm just so tired. So anyway, 4 to 6 hours is perfect. when you had 24-hour duty because you got a free hour? I don't know. I hope that they get rid of it for all of you. I haven't heard anyone that says that they love it or it is in some way beneficial to life. I don't know why we had it in the first place. We never had it, but I don't know why you guys ever had it. Yeah. Your dog was always the most upset. I can see that. I can see that because animals have an internal clock. I don't know how they do it, but my dog knew before she passed, she knew when it was treat time. And if you were late because you were busy, you forgot, whatever, even if you weren't home, like you went away and you missed treat time, she was upset that you missed treat time. How dare you make it late for my treat? She would be all grumpy and crabby, even when you came home and you gave her the treat. Like right when you came home, she'd be grumpy and crabby to you because you were late giving her her treat. I thought it was cute, but I also felt terrible about it. Yeah. So I think pets would feel it. Absolutely. Yeah. They really have a time. Like they know it's bedtime. They know all the things, right? Yep. It helped the farmers. How did it help? I'm going to have to research this. How did it help the farmers? I don't know how time zones would help the farmers or time changes would help them. Do the plants know the time and change also? I don't know how this works. I don't know. Can you imagine living in Alaska where it is like daylight all the time or nighttime all the time? I couldn't do that. I know right now I could. My stomach is growling a lot. More light in the morning. I see. I see. Hours of light to work. Well, tractors have lights now, so I don't know what to, that sounded really rude, but farmers can do whatever they need to do no matter what time it is now. Like, have you ever watched Clarkson's? I'm gonna end this, I swear. Have you ever watched Clarkson's Farm on whatever channel it's on? It's like a series in the UK, and there's some older gentleman, and he used to live like a TV life, like an actor or some kind of life, and now he has a farm, and it's really like a novice kind of rich man learning how to farm for the first time, and I think it is hilarious. I think this show is hilarious. I think I just watched their 5th season. I don't know what season they're really in, but I've watched the 5th one, I think. And I think they're very, very funny episodes. And I think it's worth watching if you haven't checked it out. It's relatively PC safe, like rated G, almost. There's some things that aren't rated G, which I refuse to watch, like rated R things and stuff like that. So, or nasty things, whatever you want to call them. I don't like watching a lot of swearing on TV and all that kind of stuff. He does occasionally swear, but usually it's bleeped out. The Diddley Squat Farm. That is right, Margaret. That's what it's called. That's so funny. Anyway, check out the farm show. I don't know. You guys were talking about farm, and that's just what my brain went to. Is like a normal person like trying to learn how to farm like a big farm. And what made me think of it is tractors have lights on them, and he's always out in the middle of the night doing stuff because things went wrong, whatever. And his tractors have lights, and he can do whatever he needs to do in the night. So hopefully now we really don't need time zone or not time zone. Time changes. I don't know what it's called again, but time changes. Hopefully we don't need them. I don't know if I fall in love with his animals because he often sells his animals to for people to eat. So I don't get too attached to the animals, but I think the show is funny. Right, Peggy. It's we have the same California has the same time as us. We have the same time as California for part of it. Yes. Yes. You want them for pets? That's funny. Kids walk to school in the dark and daylight no matter what anyway. Like our kids go to school in the wintertime in darkness. It's just how it works. So I don't know that many kids who even walk to school anymore. So I don't know that many kids anymore, but we never let our kids walk to school. So I say we, but me, I never let my kids walk to school. Oh, sorry, Mickey. No, drive them, walk them to the bus stop, stay with them, that kind of thing. We were, I say we. I don't know why it always goes to we, but I was always making sure that somebody was with them from the time they left me. They went right on the bus. They got off the bus. They were back with me. Anyway, I will let you guys go. Thank you so much for joining me for tonight. Thank you so much for your support. I will be back here on Tuesday. And on Tuesday, we will have another live sale. I will have more paper packs, more things. I don't know what, ledgers, whatever you guys ask for. I did start pulling some of the things you guys asked me for on Tuesday. Hopefully, I can bring them next week. All right, guys, I will let you go. Thanks so much for joining, and I'll see you again soon. Bye, guys.